in my view, cabinet's role is more policy and at a higher level, and this is getting more into administrative control. So, while under emergency circumstances that could be justified, I still think because we're also changing, or we're adding 3, Mr. Speaker, where that says an order under subsection 1 may be given retrospective effect. And we all know under normal circumstances that retrospective legislation is not encouraged because of the legal issues and clashes with the rule of law that may occur, where you have a situation where something is not permissible by law, and then cabinet has the ability to, looking backwards, change the law to say that it was not illegal at the time. Retrospectively doing that is a little dangerous in my mind, but given the circumstances outlined by the Honorable Premier, I understand, Mr. Speaker, why we need to have that ability. But I'll give an example. For example, if a company knowingly broke the law, and then employees who have a right to have that violation, if it affected them, addressed through the judicial system. If they were somehow wronged, and maybe they would have had a right to be compensated by the employer because the employer knowingly broke the law. And then cabinet retrospectively issues an order that is specific to that employer. That then gives that company some protection and exemption from complying with the law when they knowingly broke it in the first place. So then the crime or the wrongdoing or the breach of the law goes away, Mr. Speaker. Now, that also means that the employee's rights go away. So cabinet then, in a sense, has been able to tinker with the administration of justice. That is how I see it. Maybe the Honorable Attorney General, Mr. Speaker, will address that. So I question why this is needed, and I also had a look at, Mr. Speaker, at the Bill of Rights, and Section 19 is the section where I'm concerned that we may be treading on people's rights with some respect. But again, I raised it because I don't want us to do something here today with good intentions. And I'm not casting any aspersions on this administration, but we're putting that there and it can be used later on. And we don't know who's going to use it in the future. But if that could be explained, then some of my concern and anxiety would go away, Mr. Speaker. But for the time being, I do have those, I did want to raise those concerns. Other than that, I understand the impetus behind this and the rationale for doing it, but I just want to make sure we're doing it in a way that it's not going to have future consequences that we need to worry about. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to raise those points.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make a very short contribution to this Labour Amendment Bill 2020. Mr. Speaker, following on the Deputy Leader of the Opposition position about these exemptions, My contribution surrounds, we know we have so many employers out there that are in contravention of the labor law, and cases are pending and or complaints lodged and the like. And while I know that this doesn't exclude them from it, from their liabilities or alleged liabilities, I just hope that it doesn't get conflated with those cases and they think that they're going to get off the hook. It is important that these go through and ensure that because the country hasn't stopped as a result of COVID-19. And those who hitherto would encroach on the law against employees need not think that they are going to be excused because of COVID-19. That would be a travesty. And I think, Mr. Speaker, I just wanted to register my position there that this is not something that anyone should think that they are going to, because Cabinet will be making provisions to assist with certificates relating to extension and exemptions for their compliance of different things within the law. So, Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The Honorable member from Prospect.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I too wish to make a brief contribution on the Labor Amendment Bill 2020, and I intend to be very brief. Probably briefer, if that's a word. Mr. Speaker, the bottom line is this. In the face of unique economic circumstances, we have no choice but to rethink the way we work. And frankly, Mr. Speaker, the proposed amendments that are before the House now in the labor law, to the Labor Law 2011 revision, simply is an assertion of our adaptability, our ability to rise to the occasion that is certainly unplanned and unprecedented, never before seen in the Cayman Islands, but certainly we cannot come to a grinding halt simply because we never planned for this event. These amendments, Mr. Speaker, allow the Department of Labor and Pensions simply the ability to provide their critical services through electronic means. It's no change in the way they do business, the processes and applications that businesses and their employers, et cetera, require haven't changed per se. We haven't changed and revamped the labor law. We're simply allowing the entities which have responsibility to perform those duties under the law to do so via electronic means. And it's a tactic that in this short time of sheltering at home and maintaining social distancing practices has become critical to allowing essential businesses to continue and thereby preventing economic collapse. I know a lot has been said in recent weeks that, government doesn't have a plan, or government's viewpoint or priority of preserving human life is not as important as preserving economic viability. But I can say to those naysayers that, first of all, the government disagrees with you in that context, but certainly this government has approached this crisis both with an eye on preserving human life as a main priority, but also without taking that eye off of the economic consequences of these decisions. You've heard it said time and time again, the government has been somewhat forced to make some extremely difficult decisions, which certainly if it had a choice, many of these things we would never wish on our worst enemy, let alone on ourselves to decide on. So I say, Mr. Speaker, that these amendments will simply give the cabinet the ability to grant extensions to the period of compliance or exemption from any provision of the Labor Law 2011 revision or its regulations in the express case or instance of disastrous events such as the occurrence of natural disasters or the outbreak of infectious diseases. These amendments simply represent that. I understand the concerns, and I think they're legitimate concerns. I think in appropriate circumstances, one would say, yes, thank you for those recommendations. But again, this is about adaptability. This is about maintaining our ability to effect some degree of economic control, in particular to our labor market. And it is an extraordinary circumstance. It is clear, Mr. Speaker, that the government's swift action in making these necessary amendments is critical, as I said, to bolstering the very services offered by government during this time of economic doubt. And again, I hear the concerns of proper application of authority by the cabinet raised by the honorable leader of the honorable deputy leader of the opposition. I hear it. I do. His points aren't lost on us. But at some point, I think we need to be able to trust, if I may be so bold, the collective responsibility of the cabinet with their overarching goal that all people of the Cayman Islands are able to get through these extraordinary hardships and times of great uncertainty in the best possible way. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. Those are my contributions.
Does any other member wish to speak? Does any other member wish to speak? If not, I call on the honorable mover to exercise his right of reply.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to thank all members for their contributions. The observations made by the Honorable Deputy Leader of the Opposition are being considered, and if it is deemed that there's some changes ought to be made, we will propose them during the committee stage of the bill. The Honorable Attorney General is having a look at the issues now.
Thank you. The question is that a bill shortly entitled the Labor Amendment Bill 2020 be given a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye.
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 Those against,
Aye.
those against, no. The ayes have it. The Labor Amendment Bill 2020 has been given a second reading. Madam Clerk.
National Pensions Amendment Bill 2020.
Call on the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't know how I wind up with all of the troublesome areas, especially since I was the one who, at least ostensibly, had the opportunity to decide who got what. I thought these would be the easy ones. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of the National Pensions Amendment Bill 2020.
Does the mover like to speak on the bill?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, and honorable members of this House are fully aware, as is the broader populace, of the danger COVID-19 presents to these islands, indeed, to the world. The measures implemented by the government to contain the spread of the virus have obviously had and continue to have a very negative impact on the operation of many businesses and, by extension, the employees, particularly micro and small businesses, due to the shelter-in-place requirements, along with other restrictions imposed by the government. Nonetheless, Mr. Speaker, these strategies are necessary if the government's desire and strategy to contain the spread of this deadly virus is to be realized. Mr. Speaker, my government's primary focus thus far has been on national public health strategies. And we now take some comfort that these strategies are bringing, I won't say positive results. We want them to bring negative results. Are showing, Mr. Speaker, that they are working, and we are in the control and contain stage of the strategy with respect to managing the virus and the epidemic. The government has always been cognizant that our public health strategies would negatively impact our economic strategies. However, this became secondary to ensuring that we implement measures aimed at protecting the lives of all who live and work in our country. The effects of the deadly COVID-19 virus do not only impact these islands. You just need to turn on any news program and you will hear absolutely devastating news about the alarming number of persons who have died and the loss that occasions to their loved ones. The increasing costs and burden on the healthcare systems around the world, and the growing number of unemployed amongst many nations. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, the International Labour Organization reports expect the virus to wipe out approximately 6.7% of working hours globally in the second quarter of 2020, with huge losses across different income groups, but especially in the upper middle income families. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, we must have a comprehensive approach to address the myriad of issues we will experience over the next several months and indeed years to come. As a result of these unprecedented times that threaten our lives and livelihood, Mr. Speaker, the government has to ensure that we have integrated policy measures to contain the spread of the deadly virus, as well as to mitigate the medium to long-term economic impact on businesses and the workforce. In addition to the shelter-in-place strategy inclusive of hard curfews, the government has been able to provide financial support to persons in need, both Caymanians and non-Caymanians. We've also provided additional funds to our seamen and veterans as we are aware of the further financial burdens many are facing. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, the ministry responsible for commerce has implemented a number of measures aimed at helping small and micro businesses to help manage during the current crisis. In addition, Mr. Speaker, the government has taken action to provide financial assistance to certain categories of persons who were employed in the hospitality industry, particularly tour operators and taxi operators. Mr. Speaker, as we chart a course through these extraordinary times, the government has had to consider other innovative approaches to further alleviate the difficulties employers and employees are experiencing. Hence, the bills before us now, the National Pensions Amendment Bill 2020. This bill, Mr. Speaker, provides for a 6-month pension holiday period commencing retroactively on 1st April 2020, during which time employers and employees will not be required to contribute to a pension plan. And B, the ability for eligible persons to withdraw a single lump sum withdrawal in the following circumstances. A, 100% of the commuted value or member's balance where the account value does not exceed $10,000. And B, up to 25% of the remaining commuted value or member's balance which exceeds $10,000. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes that these measures would provide immediate and much needed relief to both businesses and workers alike. You may recall, Mr. Speaker, that in 2010, a similar pension holiday was implemented to ease the effects of the 2008 worldwide economic recession. However, Mr. Speaker, we have not taken these strategies, the employment of these strategies lightly, as we are very mindful that these policies will have long-term financial implications, not only for pension administrators, but also for the government, and more importantly, for each member who may find themselves having to withdraw from their pension plan during these times. You can't, Mr. Speaker, spend the money and still have it. However, Mr. Speaker, as stated before, this pandemic will have long-term effects on everyone, and we believe that it is necessary to take this extraordinary step of amending the existing legislation to allow such a provision for persons to meet their immediate needs. During the 6-month pension holiday period, employers, employees, and self-employed persons will not be required to make mandatory contributions as required by the National Pensions Law 2012 revision, with retroactive effect from the 1st of April 2020. The suspension will automatically apply to all employers. Therefore, there is no application process to take place. I repeat that, Mr. Speaker. The suspension will automatically apply to all employers and indeed employees. Therefore, there is no application process to take place. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that some employers and employees may wish to continue to contribute to their plans during this suspension period. Indeed, if that is their choice, they may do so, and these contributions will be considered and treated as voluntary. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the bill provides that where employers with pension contribution delinquencies at the start of the holiday period will remain liable for the delinquent amount and accruing interest. I should read that again, Mr. Speaker. Additionally, Mr. Speaker, the bill provides that employers with pension contribution delinquencies at the start of the holiday period will remain liable for the delinquent amount and accruing interest. While the debt will be deferred for the holiday period, employers will be required to resume payments once their holiday period has expired. So, said another way, Mr. Speaker, there is no forgiveness of the debt that is owed to the employees whose pension accounts have not been kept current by employers. No payment will be required during the payment holiday period, but the debt will remain owed. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, where withdrawals have been made for the purpose of a deposit on a home or for paying off a mortgage, the requirement that the person must pay an additional 1% of their mandatory contributions will be deferred for the pension holiday period. And Mr. Speaker, the time frame in which this withdrawal must be repaid will be extended by the length of the holiday period. So, Mr. Speaker, again, put another way, if you don't pay as you're not required, the additional 1% of the mandatory contribution with respect to the repayment of money already withdrawn from your account for the purposes of paying off a mortgage or a deposit on a home, you will have the same time frame during which you must repay this will be extended by the length of the holiday period. And the length of the holiday period is 6 months. Mr. Speaker, with the pension holiday being implemented, companies will have more cash available for key expenses like payroll and health insurance contributions, which are most crucial during these times. Likewise, employees will have more funds available to cover daily living expenses for their families, thereby reducing the reliance on social assistance programs. Because employers will have an additional 5% of what their payroll is, and employees will have that additional 5% not being deducted from their salaries. As stated previously, Mr. Speaker, the emergency withdrawal provisions of this bill will allow eligible persons to withdraw a single lump sum amount in the following circumstances. A, 100% of the commuted value of a member's balance where the account value does not exceed $10,000, and up to 25% of the remaining commuted value or member's balance which exceeds $10,000. Mr. Speaker, it should be noted that both Caymanian, non-Caymanian employees and self-employed persons will all be allowed to withdraw funds from their pension accounts in accordance with the formula above. Additionally, the ability to withdraw funds will be available both for persons on island and those who left the jurisdiction between the 1st of February this year and the expiry of this bill. However, Mr. Speaker, there are restrictions provided for in the bill. Persons who have claimed normal or early retirement or those who are public servants will not be eligible to make an application under this provision. This is especially critical as public servants continue to receive their full salaries and have recently received a 5% COLA adjustment to the annual salaries. No public servants are being laid off, and all are guaranteed their jobs subject to the usual provisions. I have stated on a number of occasions that we are moving in uncharted waters, And as we learn more about this virus and its impact on our society, it is inevitable that further consideration may have to be taken in the future. That nice language, Mr. Speaker, can be translated this way. We don't know what is going to happen. It is not far from certain what the public health situation is going to be. There is continued concern around the world about a possible second wave of infection. So we don't know how long the public health threat is going to last. The economic conditions are regarded as the most devastating since the Great Recession of the 30s. This is going to make the 2008 recession and the years that continued look like a Saturday afternoon picnic. So, Mr. Speaker, we don't know how long the economy is going to be in the doldrums, and we don't know how long it's going to be before we can open our borders, and for tourism, not just in Cayman, but the world over, to bounce back. We don't know, given the state of the global economy, how long the financial services that we provide here are going to be in demand, or certainly in demand to the levels that we are used to seeing. And therefore, we need to be frugal, we need to be careful about how we go about spending what little we have. That applies not just to government, but and to businesses, but to everyone and to employees. And so if we take it all now and spend it all now, there will be nothing for down the road, and none of us know what is waiting down the road. Government is in a good position because of the financial reserves we've managed to build up over the course of the last 7 years, but it is not a bottomless pit. And government's revenues have been and are going to continue to be significantly reduced. There'll be virtually nothing from the hospitality industry at all for the foreseeable future. And so, Mr. Speaker, while we are able to say with confidence now that civil servants' salaries are intact, that we are not laying off any public servants, 4 months or 6 months from now, that may not be the case. And so while there are those who are lobbying hard for public servants to have access to their pensions, I would ask them to hang on a little bit and let's see what happens. Because if civil servant salaries have to be cut, at least we'll have the pensions to look to help people supplement their income. Pray God that doesn't occur, and that's certainly not in the government's plans. But as we look and see what's happening around the world, those of us who are thoughtful and careful must bring those things to mind about how we get the country and our people through these unprecedented times, while neither us nor anyone else really knows where the end is and what it's likely to look like. The other point I want to make about this, Mr. Speaker, this bill is expected to last, this law, when it's amended, these provisions for 6 months. Everybody need not run and rush now to draw your pension, what you can out of your pensions account. If you don't need it, don't take it. Because if you spend it, you're not going to have it anymore. So wait and see whether you really need it before you actually go and take it. And always remember, Mr. Speaker, I keep telling people, when you're young, once upon a time I was too, you think you're going to live forever. And you think you're going to be able to work forever and make money forever. When you reach a certain age, you come to realize, as the leader of the opposition is fond of saying, that you have spent more time here than you have left to spend, meaning on earth. And there, we hope, is going to be life after COVID-19. And persons are going to live, get to retirement age, and need something to live on. And if it is all spent now, it won't be there when you get there. So we understand that this is unprecedented. These are unprecedented times, that people need to live now so they can get to age 60 or 65 and beyond. But let's, while recognizing that, the government is also conscious of the huge financial impact this is going to make on people's pension accounts for the foreseeable future. And so let's not exercise the privilege that is being given, being completely blind to the fact that there will be, we hope, life beyond the COVID-19 pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the bill also outlines the process by which persons wishing to withdraw emergency funds will be required to submit, as well as the legal time frame by which pension administrators must adhere to which the pension administrators must adhere. Eligible persons will be required to complete an application, which would be approved, the form of which would be approved by the Director of the Department of Labor and Pensions. The applications are not to be made to the Director of Labor and Pensions. They are made to the individual pensions administrators. Proof of entity and any other documentation required by the Director. Once the application has been submitted, administrators must acknowledge receipt within 7 days and notify the applicant of their decision within 14, even if the decision is to refuse the application. If, however, a disbursement is approved, funds must be paid out no later than 45 days from the application date. Mr. Speaker, I want to make clear that this is not a loan, and the funds distributed under this emergency withdrawal provision will not be required to be repaid by the recipient. This is as though you had money in your bank account and you've withdrawn it. But once you take it out, it's gone. However, Mr. Speaker, in the event an application is denied, persons will have a right to appeal to the Director, who will review the matter, and upon their review may decide to confirm, vary, rescind, or substitute the administrator's decision. Once the Director has made a decision, the administrator shall give effect to the decision. Mr. Speaker, we all recognize that there are currently many unemployed persons due to either the permanent closure of their place of employment or the closure of the ports. Therefore, the bill also provides to amend Section 47, subsection 10B of the principal law to enable persons to immediately access their voluntary contributions once they can provide the evidence of unemployment, rather than having to wait for the present time frame. Mr. Speaker, the government must be able to monitor the operations of the pension withdrawal of all pensions plans Therefore, administrators will be required to provide monthly reports to the director, listing the names of persons who have applied, whether their application was approved, and if so, the amount of the disbursement. Details of rejected applications and the reasons for the rejection must also be provided. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the bill provides for penalties to be imposed on administrators if they fail to provide the department with monthly reports and not complying with the timelines provided for within the legislation. Likewise, penalties can also be imposed on persons who knowingly or willfully make false or present misleading information. Mr. Speaker, the provisions in the bill are considered prudent by the government and are also social protection strategies necessary to mitigate the negative financial impact on our society as a result of the COVID-19 epidemic. Mr. Speaker, I wish to commend and thank all parties involved in bringing this bill, which seeks to provide financial relief to businesses and the workforce during these challenging times. Mr. Speaker, I especially wish to thank the representatives of the 9 pension plan providers in these islands for taking the time to attend a Zoom meeting with us some weeks ago to discuss the way forward and their helpful responses and correspondence. Mr. Speaker, I therefore recommend the National Pension Amendment Bill 2020 for the favorable consideration of this Honorable House.
Does any other member wish to speak? I can call on the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think I need to preface my contribution with what I term a personal position that I have taken throughout my life. And that is that I've never contributed to the withdrawal from pension plans. I have never believed that that was what pension plans were for. Like the Premier said, many of us, all of us, are like Bob Seger's song, When We're Young, like a rock. As you get into age, you understand that because you have spent more than you can hope to spend, you start making provision for those few that you have left. Thus, you come to recognize that the waste that you did as a young man or a young woman or young adult, you look back and wonder and want to reverse it. Many of us will say we have no regrets, but we do. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, well, these are different times. These are challenging times. And as such, we have to do everything that is possible to ensure that we don't bring greater burden to bear on the people as a result of this world epidemic. So, Mr. Speaker, I had to think seriously about it, and I met extensively with the Young Turks on this side, and they we're also of the view, but recognize that people were going to hurt, people were starting to hurt, and we should make our own proposals on this matter. I convinced them that we had to be careful with it, and eventually we settled on a position, and I communicated same to the leader, the premier, on their behalf. So, Mr. Speaker, on the 23rd of March, I wrote the premier. And I said to the premier, long after the coronavirus pandemic has been brought under control, the response of our government during this harrowing time will live in the memories of generations to come. And only time will tell whether history will be kind to us. With this in mind, I am writing you as leader of the opposition to set out our thoughts going forward, following our discussions on the issue, not only as a group, but also welcoming the advice of others. First, we would like to express our grateful hearts to you, your cabinet, and the many members of the public service who are on the front line dealing with the challenges posed by this global pandemic, something which many of us have never experienced in our lifetime. This pandemic has leveled and humbled the world and demonstrates more than ever that political differences must give way to a unified public policy spoken from one voice. We believe that the one leadership voice on this issue should belong to you to avoid any misinformation on an issue that affects all of us. Second, while we all agree on the importance of having one unifying voice on this issue, we are also cognizant that our role as elected representatives means that we have the added responsibility of ensuring that the cabinet decisions enable our beloved Cayman Islands not only to weather this crisis, but to emerge stronger than before. Third, we recognize the efforts of your government to date to offer relief to some members within our community. It is in this vein that my colleagues have asked that you and your cabinet consider implementing the contents raised in this letter during your deliberations. While the members of the official opposition welcome the announcements by many banks and companies that payment deferral and other relief are to be offered to their customers, we believe that it is important that further initiatives be undertaken to ensure that our people remain cash liquid so that they don't become a burden on the public purse. We are sure that you will agree that the people of the Cayman Islands, Caymanians and non-Caymanians, are hardworking and will never, ever want to find themselves in a position where they are dependent on the public purse to maintain their quality of life. Considering also that we do not know the full duration of this global crisis, as well as the total impact that it will have on the global economy and our own economy, we believe that it is imperative that the necessary steps be taken to allow our people employed in the private sector to access their pensions for a period of 6 months. My colleagues and I believe that people should be given an opportunity to withdraw up to $850 per month for the next 6 months. It is our belief that with a pension fund that by now should be in excess of $1 billion, that this amount would represent less than 5% of the total pension fund if up to 10,000 employees were to avail themselves of this initiative. Also, as the markets are currently in a free fall and interest rates are close to zero, it makes no sense to be asking our people to continue to invest currently. That money will be of greater use here in the local economy and, more importantly, in their pockets. We are also asking Cabinet to take the necessary step to implement a pension holiday for a period of up to 6 months, during which both employees and employers may opt out of this obligation. This would allow thousands of employees to receive an additional 5% in their salary. Additionally, we have received representation from some business owners who would like to access their personal pensions to meet their payroll. We're asking that the Department of Commerce and Investment reach out to many of the small businesses to determine a plan and a process for how this could work. The representations that we have received vary from business to business, and as such, it was difficult to propose a set amount. However, we are grateful that some employers are willing to take from their personal pension the funds needed for tomorrow to help their staff today. We believe that their sacrifice is worthy of consideration, and the last thing we need is to have more people on the unemployment line. My colleagues and I also ask that you and your Cabinet take the necessary steps to increase the hardship allowance and relax the requirements to qualify for this allowance for the benefit of many of our public servants who may be impacted by this crisis. While many public servants may have job security during this time, and many of their partners may be impacted by this crisis, we do not believe that they should be using the limited resources of the Needs Assessment Unit. My colleagues and I would be willing to support an amount of at least $1.5 million for this initiative to be managed through the portfolio of the civil service and or the Ministry of Finance. We believe that this initiative is also necessary, as there are some public servants who would be unable to access their pensions during this time. We are also asking that your Cabinet provide an update as to the relief that is being offered by companies in the insurance industry to their customers. While we recognize that there may be efforts underway by your administration in this regard, we believe that it's important that the insurance companies recognize that we are living through an unprecedented global crisis, and many businesses around the world are putting people before profits. We expect the same from them also. Unfortunately, through history, there have been those who try to profit during times of crisis. We are asking that the Economic and Statistics Office monitor the prices of goods and services within the Cayman Islands to ensure that there is no price gouging during this time. We are already hearing reports of some businesses are engaging in this practice. Just recently, we were made aware of an item that had usually retailed for approximately $4 now being sold for $6.40, an increase of 60% almost overnight. Alternatively, Cabinet may also want to activate the Price Gouging Control Emergency Circumstances Law 2015 revision and appoint the Price Gouging Control Commission with immediate effect. We also believe that reducing the spread of the virus is essential, and recognize that many Caymanians and non-Caymanians are living in poor housing conditions. We have heard reports of many nationals living 10 to 15 in one small place. Thus, as uncomfortable and controversial as this may be, we suggest that government look into the possibility of addressing this problem to prevent the potential spread of the virus. We believe that what we are proposing would be a good starting point for ensuring that our working people remain in a position to help themselves, and that the public purse be preserved for those be reserved for those that are most vulnerable in our community. As noted before, we are living in unprecedented times, and as such, it requires bold leadership, bold thinking, and bold initiatives. My colleagues and I reiterate our full unqualified support to work with your government to ensure that as far as possible, our people maintain their quality of life during these perilous times so that our beloved Cayman Islands will remain one of the best places to live and work on this planet. Yours sincerely, Arden McLean, Leader of the Opposition. Mr. Speaker, by all accounts that I can see, the Premier received the letter from the opposition with gracious heart and much, and I can't say that a lot of the things that we proposed were not being looked at that time, but certainly he welcomed it. Despite him saying at one press briefing that I was trying to make it political, he recognized he hadn't read it yet, you see. Anyway, Mr. Speaker, I thought it was opening our arms and our thoughts to assist. And Mr. Speaker, I must tell you, Mr. Speaker, I must tell you, I was pleased with the response from it. However, I learned since then that the reason our suggestion of $850 per month was not considered, you told me, was because the pensioners said they didn't have, providers said they didn't have the wherewithal for that administrative, with the administrative ability to conduct that kind of cutting of checks and payments out of there. And Mr. Speaker, I think I need to tell the country where that $850 came from, because we thought that $850 was what the government is given, and if there are 2 Caymanians who are out of work, then the $850 would double, so it would be $1,700 per month. So, and with the absence of having to pay all your major bills and mortgage, we believe that that would have been enough for them to survive. Now, Mr. Speaker, the other thing that prompted us to do that was the announcement by the Premier that the government was going to ensure that no one, in particular those on work permits and out of work, would go hungry or without a roof over their heads. And we agreed with him. But we went further and thought, when the person on work permit who does not get Cayman status, or residents, may I say, leave this country, they're taking with them all of that pension money, which is their contribution plus the employer's contribution, and it departs the shore of this country and disappears into the abyss. I don't know if anyone is able to prove that it is transferred to another pension company in another country, which would benefit them in the long run. So, Mr. Speaker, having thought of that, it is important
Got a nice blank screen.
that
See the mantra.
it be spent here now in this time of need. That's how we thought it should be spent now, instead of asking them to go and rely on the government purse. And we don't know how long this is going to go on. Besides, we don't know how long people on work permit are going to stay here. So it would certainly ease our financial burden from the government. Mr. Speaker, I cannot say that we have not done a lot to try and ease the burden of the people of this country. The Premier announced that we have even gone that far as to assist the taxi drivers and tour operators. And that's all well and good. We have also invited Caymanians to go to the NAU and apply to get relief. Mr. Speaker, I know the 19 members within these hallowed halls have done much. Mr. Speaker, I don't even want to say how much supermarket cards I've given out because eyes may blaze open for a little bit. But I can say it's in thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And it is done out of sympathy and empathy. Not that the people came and asked me, but those who need know that they can do that. I am just coming from Federal Express. I ordered 2,000 masks, one for every living person in the District of East End. That's what I do. I am good at sourcing things wherever they are in the world. The Minister for Health asked me if I had any ventilators. I promise you, if he needs my help, I will find them. Trust me, I will find them. That is what I am good at. There are other things that I have sourced, I have initiated since this COVID-19 too. So don't underestimate what I have done. I wouldn't expect anybody to do that. I don't need a pat on the back. Mr. Speaker, I want at this juncture to thank people who have contributed to this crisis we're experiencing. First of all, I want to thank those people who assisted with getting those tests to this country. The ones who were foremost in it, Susan Oldie and her family, the Dart family, or company, I believe his name is Kenneth Dart, Mark and the rest that works for him. And there are others who are behind the scenes who are contributing too. I want to thank those people who are contributing to that. I think we're still going to name it National Recovery Fund. I think that was an initiative by Dart himself again. These are the times that people come together. And I want to, Mr. Speaker, and I know I will pay the price for this, but I want to talk briefly about Susan Oldie and her family. Most people are not as close to that family as I've been over the last 25 years, more than that. Most people will never know what that family contributed to this country. The difference is between this Oldie family and others who contribute, but generously they do too, is that the Oldie family has no business here. They don't take anything from here. It's done out of the goodness of their heart. I know how that lady feels. Someone called up on the radio the other day and said that she's a true Caymanian. I think it was somebody from West. Man. I can assure you that is so. She believes in this country. Her children does. To the point where her grandchildren, her son insisted her grandchildren born in this country at Georgetown Hospital. They refused to have those children anywhere but in the Cayman Islands. I want to thank Susan Oldie for her generous donation to this country once again. Most of us will remember after Hurricane Ivan, she spent tens of millions of dollars in East End and rebuilt the entire district. Time seems at times will erase memories. I don't think we should erase these memories. The amount of other things she has done throughout the Caribbean. She had a charity company called I Am Co. Throughout the Caribbean islands, she has donated. But first was always the Cayman Islands. And I want to thank her. And I want to thank Dart, for his contribution and what he continues to do. And the many others. The Premier told me about others, which I am not privileged to disclose. People that I don't even know. People that many people will never know. Those people are the same ones I asked for earlier to come together and let's do this together. But Mr. Speaker, let me not miss those others who are in this country who came here with plenty, and those who came here, many of which without, and has made plenty. If for no other reason, and if I could take the licks here today because Sue doesn't like the publicity, if for no other reason, that initiative to start about this, bringing tests into this country, take a little note from that now and step forward and contribute. Mr. Speaker, everybody knows I'm a protege of Warren Conlon. He told me one time, he said, if the country has, the people should have. If the country does not have, the people will not have. And he's a wise old politician. Yeah, the Premier got up here and said we have been fortunate over the last 7 years to build up a reserve. But everybody else was making at the same time too. So that old saying that Warren gave me came true. But if the country does not have now, and after this COVID-19 is gone, and everybody else has, it doesn't make any use. We must share, we must make sure we all have by contributing to what is required to get this country back off its knees. My father told me once that this country was not going to get any better until everybody was at the same height. So I wondered what that was. He said, until everybody is on their knees, because your torso is pretty much the same length. It has come to pass for me. We're on our knees. It is time now to help each other up. And I am asking all those who use this country, not use the country, but came here and made their fortunes. That's all well and good. But it's time now to pay back. If you mean this country any good, it is time to help. Now is your time to step up. Now is the time to call that one individual you have in your phone, in your address book, call Alden McLaughlin, and go and make because I'm sure he has you in his address book too, because we call about different things. This is the time to call Alden McLaughlin and go and ask, what can I do? Because most of you don't even have him as premier in your thing, neither do I. It is a friendship I'm talking about, a relationship. If you feel you can call him when you need something or things going wrong, now that is the time when we must let our fingers do the walking and call Alden McLaughlin and go and hand him a check. You want a picture? Let's get the picture. If you want a big cardboard check, that's fine. Show the empathy. Show that you belong to this country. Show that you have integrated. Show that this is where you want to be. Show that this is your country. This is who we are. Let's not only allow the pension by the little people down at the bottom for them to draw that. Maybe that can be reversed and the government can assist them and they don't have to do that. Mr. Speaker, so that's that call for them. Mr. Speaker, I want to pay tribute to all those staff in this country, employees in this country, that hitherto we passed on the road and didn't give them the second glance. The shop clerks, the garbage collectors, the policemen, the firemen, the nurses, that have now become essential staff. Essential, that is what we're naming them. The farmers, they're called essential. Essential to what? Essential to the preservation and continuation of our lives. That's who they are. The pharmacists, the gas station attendant. If we didn't have enough value for them before, I am now asking everyone to show them some respect. They are now considered essential staff. Essential staff. Hitherto, they were just staff or some gas station attendant. We have now given them a new name, a new position in life. Now we recognize that everybody has some degree of value. It is time we understood that. What about our helpers? What about our helpers? What about our gardeners? The grass is choking us now. Now we understand the value of it. Every Thursday, the garbage men pick my garbage up still.
Yeah.
And I noticed them, and I should say this to the minister here, I noticed them without masks or gloves or anything on. Maybe they had temporarily taken them off. I would like the minister to look into to ensuring that they have sufficient, because they're out amongst people more than anyone else. Mr. Speaker, the policemen and women, custom, border control, immigration, they're all out there. Mr. Speaker, never in our lives have we been through this. I don't think we ever will again. Never have we had the need for these people until now. We took it for granted. Mr. Speaker, but we have reached that point now. Mr. Speaker, everyone has played their part. It is time now to move to the next phase. Mr. Speaker, this pension is withdrawal, I believe, is part of that next phase, building us back, getting us back to where we were, albeit I believe will take some time. Mr. Speaker, people have been restricted over a month now, 5-6 weeks. I believe, by and large, despite the Commissioner of Police saying we had a little trouble here and a little bit there and people breaking the curfew, by and large, we have behaved miraculously for having been locked down for so long. And we must congratulate the people of this country on their conduct thus far. Mr. Speaker, greater men have broken under less. We have seen that many times in our lives. Mr. Speaker, I invite the Premier, and I know he has been talking about different aspects of moving forward. I believe the time has come now to set the roadmap. There is need for a new phase, a new focus for us to start. A focus, a new phase, a new plan that will give those same people hope. It is about hope now. We recognize, Mr. Speaker, that this COVID-19 virus is not going anywhere in a place anytime soon. We all recognize that. We all agree with that. There are different estimates of time of how long this is going to be around before we get a vaccine, and then to inoculate everybody, it's going to take another 2-3 years on top of that, or vaccinate everybody. Mr. Speaker, we need to now start to come to the point where we recognize that this is going to be a way of life. Thus my buying 2,000 masks for the people of East End. This is going to be part of life for a while. We need to come up with testing everybody. That's the first thing we need to do. Get everybody tested. I know we're working on that. Hundreds of them have been tested already, especially the frontline staff. We need to get everybody tested. And those who have it, we need to control where they go and how they go there. We need to isolate those who test positive. We need to ramp that up. Something new that we get out. And I understand our equipment does not have the capacity to do everybody within a week and the likes. I understand that. The other step is to start saying that everybody must wear masks. It's mandatory now that you wear masks in public. We have seen many countries in China, they require you to wear masks wherever you go. And there are other countries that mandate it now. The government can mandate that now. I understand the hardship of sourcing the material, the equipment to do some of these things. But we need to move away from our usual suppliers because they are supplying other people as well. And those are, can you imagine you with a supplier that is supplying the US government that got 350 million people there? You'll never get it. We need to be innovative, creative, and get new suppliers. Look at where I got mine, right next door. We didn't even know that was happening, but of course, because it's a friend of mine. That's the kind of stuff that needs to be done, Mr. Speaker. We need to maintain social distance. Distancing, we call it. We need to. That's easy. That can be managed. It can be monitored. That is going to be the way of life for quite some time now. So we need to get our people ready for it. Social distancing. I don't think you'll ever hug anybody again, or it'll be a long time. I see we're introduced footsies now, playing footsie with greeting. That may be where we go. But I do know this, that what we do know about this virus is that you should not be in close proximity with someone else. Embrace them and the likes. Social distancing and wearing masks and having every person tested in this country. I hear the Premier say we know we're not going the way America has gone because there are so many different nuances in their thing that is confusing them. There are only 60,000 people. That's all we are. We're a drop in the bucket compared with them other countries. We did what we had to do to prevent the spread, and we did a good job at doing that. And I congratulate the Premier for not acquiescing, not reneging to much of the licks that he took. But this is our way of life. We cannot sit down in the house for much longer. We cannot. Everybody's going to go stir crazy. Yeah, and we're allowed to go out on different times. My brother said to me that he's not ever going to commit an offense, go to jail. He couldn't survive and he would die of dehydration from crying. I couldn't go jail. I don't even want to go visit. With the kind of restrictions that even as a member of parliament, and I'm an essential person, I still feel caged. I don't want to look at striped stars, I promise you that. And I certainly don't want the Attorney General to be part of, send me up there. Mr. Speaker, one of the things I wondered if we had thought about is possibly getting these companies, the big companies, to pay for the testing of their employees, to make sure that their employees wear masks, purchase the masks for their employees. And I'm throwing all this out, Mr. Speaker, so someone out there is listening. Pay for the masks. Ensure that your employees coming to work at the time, whenever that is, must wear masks. Or they may be fine for their employees come to work and not wearing masks. Mr. Speaker, somehow we need to control it now, and I believe the way to control it is putting the onus on employers, like helpers. Helpers can travel to and from their work, but it must be mandated that they wear a mask. And it's my understanding that any type of covering over the face helps. I believe there's, one doctor said to me, there's some thing said 30 or something like that. Where if you wear it, it'll cut 30% from you, it'll cut the other person 30%, and then you'll get to you. Mr. Speaker, we need to mandate it. And I know there are a few of us in here who are not wearing masks, but it needs to be mandated. We also need to test legislators so that people will understand that we are leading. We are leading. And this is not something that we need be ashamed of, that it's some kind of illness that we need to be ashamed of, Mr. Speaker. This is something that we had no control over. We need to start slowly opening up, and I know the Premier has mentioned that privately and otherwise. We need to start getting this community back on its feet. But the community must understand whatever plan that is put in place, it has to be assessed properly. We need to listen to the scientists, medical people, whomever they are. And we also need to understand that that plan is subject to change, depending on what happens after the plan is put in place. But it will give people hope that, yes, we believe, the leaders believe that we will reach some stage of normalcy in the not too distant future. But then the people must be respectful of following the rules whilst opening up. Mr. Speaker, our greatest asset, this country's greatest asset, is its ports of entry. No, right now in this corona, the greatest asset we have to rebuild this economy is our ports, our ports of entry. Now, I know there are many reports of the quick tests that are coming out 10, 15 minutes to. That's part of opening up our ports. We need to make sure that people knows when they're coming here, we're going to test you, it's going to delay you 10, 15 minutes in the airport. That's what we need to start sourcing these quick tests to allow people to come in. When
Put it in some.
When that happens, I don't know, but we can say that is the plan. That is the plan. We're going to get these so that we can be ready to start opening our ports. But I know what happened last time the Premier and I were in cabinet and we bought the immigration finger, the identification equipment. It's still in storage. It's many years ago. Mr. Speaker, I believe that
If I see.
we can open this, but we need to start doing it now and giving our people hope that whilst we recognize we are going to change our way of life, there is something, there's a pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. Or we are going down searching for that pot of gold. I believe it is absolutely necessary at this time. Mr. Speaker, I hope that all those tests that are currently being done, that we get some good results from them. Meaning more, pardon me?
More negative.
More negative. Good results in the form of negative. I don't know if that's possible, but.
How ironic.
So, Mr. Speaker, this of drawing down on our pension and the employers being helped to bring this country back up, this will assist them as well. But, Mr. Speaker, I should warn people. I am doing this understanding that it is to help people during this period. If you do not need it, you need not touch it. You will be the better off. People who are working and you don't need it, leave it. Mr. Speaker, this is not the only rainy day. Mr. Speaker, we cannot, we should not go and draw down on your pension, whether it is active or lying there dormant for some years. We cannot sit down, apply for this, hold it up, and then spend it on the car or something after this thing is over. Mr. Speaker, if you're working now, you shouldn't be no worse off than you were before the outbreak of or the declaration of this pandemic, you really shouldn't be no worse off. And if we know that this is going to stretch out, the duration is uncertain, then we should recognize that we are skating on thin ice, and the only thing under thin ice is cold water. Let's not fall through. We have every responsibility to make sure we don't personally fall through that thin ice. The country is skating on thin ice. The world is skating on thin ice. But of course, all human beings' behavior are similar. We all have the same concerns. Let us exercise our good senses and responsibility, conscience. Let us go help each other. After Hurricane Ivan, I came to this honorable chamber and I hadn't bathed in 3 months. I had to do cowboy bath. Most people don't even know what cowboy baths are. No, I ain't telling you that. Now we call wipe up. Mr. Speaker, I know people don't want to contract their way of life. No one would want to do that. It is necessary, just like after Hurricane Ivan. This one is even worse, like I said earlier. We have no place to go. We have no place to go. We cannot run someplace else. But I can tell this country that for a small country, we have done exceptionally well since this thing break out. We have our shelter, we have food, we have everything. We have done exceptionally well. We have not reached that crisis point yet, that we can't find food to eat, we can't do this, we can't do that. It's a little patience. Yes, we are restricted in our movement. And all those who are talking about Bill of Rights and the right to move freely and the likes. Yeah, maybe, Mr. Speaker, maybe they may consider it encroachment on their movement in accordance with the Bill of Rights. But that's no absolute right. If you are going to affect someone else, we have the right to stop you through legislation. And that's what is being done. What we need to do, it may become unreasonable at some stage that we should no longer have that in place. But how long is that? If we don't know the situation, how long will it take? That is why I am proposing we start to ramp up the testing. The Premier has indicated I think it was 400 or 500 yesterday testing frontline staff, which was the beginning of this testing. But Mr. Speaker, in the absence of proper knowledge of this thing, everybody had to do what was necessary, the whole world. And mistakes will happen. I am sure as the sun rises tomorrow morning, we made mistakes. The government made plenty, but what were we to do? Of course we made mistakes. The premier don't want to say he made plan to compare what you had to make. Of course, but we corrected them. We corrected the mistakes. As everything is fluid, and we got to do what we have to do. Right now, we had to come into the legislature and make laws to make amendments, really, to affect some of the things that are happening. We cannot be right all the time. We're not going to be right all the time. But we need some patience. We need exercising of patience. I don't know how long it's going to take. But I know one. If we plan a slow opening and people don't adhere to it, God forbid, that causes an entire country to get infected. And that is what will happen. I hope people recognize that. And there are those who are young and daredevils, and which we all experienced at some stage in our lives. But we didn't have to deal with Corona either during those days that we were young. People need to recognize that, especially if you visit or live with your aged parents and worship aged grandparents, and you're out carousing and doing what you have to do, challenging the system, and you're going home because you're not sleeping on the street. The police will not allow you to sleep on the street. You're going home. God forbid you give it to one of your aged parent or grandparent, because you will live with that for the rest of your life, that you kill them. Sometimes you can't mince words on these things, you know. That's what is going to happen, Mr. Speaker. They're going to kill the parent or the grandparent.
Honorable member, do you have how much time left? We reach it, our interruption.
Yeah, well, I just finishing off now. Mr. Speaker, I was just about to finish, and so someone else can jump up. So I thank you for bringing that to my attention. And I want to make sure the government knows that there are a couple of things that some of my other guys will talk about, but no, I ain't speaking for everybody, especially not you, Mr. Speaker. So I will close my debate there and allow the rest of my members to debate. Thank you.
Honorable Premier, our interruption, suspension of standing order 10-2.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move the suspension of Standing Order 10-2 in order that the business of the House may continue beyond the hour of interruption.
The question,
Until the completion of the business on the order paper.
Aye,
For
aye.
clarity.
the question is that the House continue until the business is finished. Those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Those against, no. Ayes have it. Does any other member wish to speak there too? I ain't gonna screen. My screen gone again.
Mr. Speaker, a member from West Bay North.
Yeah, I can't see it, but you can go ahead. My screen is blank again. Put this in some water. Please go ahead, member from West Bay.
Mr. Speaker, these are unprecedented times, and the majority of people in this country are struggling. No one can say or guarantee
Sergeant.
when the way we are presently operating will end and that command will go back into what will be a new normal as the economy improves
Telling you.
and people will be able to go back to the life they knew or something similar to it. Mr. Speaker, I have considered the reality and concerns expressed by our people and especially my constituents. And Mr. Speaker, I not only see their pain, but I see their anxiety, I see their stress, and I feel their pain. Mr. Speaker, families as a whole, they're all very, they're under stress. They're feeling pressured. Mr. Speaker, it would be poor of me not to support any measure that will and can give our people some form of financial relief. Mr. Speaker, at a time like this, we have to do everything to help our people. But Mr. Speaker, however, we must not be irresponsible. We must accept these steps do not represent free money. And it is important to appreciate the fact that a pension is something we have to protect and treat with respect. It's for our old age. Mr. Speaker, the collapse out there in the marketplace once again shows that we must start to have some talks about our pension. Whether we should bring some of it home or bring all of it home, it has to be a discussion. There are many ways we can skin a cat. Mr. Speaker, anyone that does not need to use their pension, I will repeat what the Premier and what the Leader of the Opposition said. We should not apply or take it out. Think about the future carefully. When you take out your pension, Mr. Speaker, and you don't have to, you never know what later on the pressure you could put your family, and you're going to be putting the government of that day back into the position that we are in now. Mr. Speaker, now is the time for our country to understand what is the true position. We have heard of a $2 billion budget that we passed. Is the government in a position to use some of the surplus funds to assist people, families, community programs, retrain and help our people transition to new sectors and new job opportunities? Because like it was said earlier on, Mr. Speaker, this is the time for us to reshape our country. One thing is certain, command will change as a result of COVID-19, just as the rest of the world. Mr. Speaker, it makes no sense to talk about government surplus budgets and accounts unless those funds are directly used to help our Caymanian people at a time of a crisis like this. From my perspective, I see it as my job and responsibility as an elected representative of the people, because the right thing to do, and why I'm honored to be elected member in this honorable house. We have to do the right thing by our people. We must use our policy-making powers to positively impact the people that need our help the most. We cannot and we must not only focus on the select few and potentially give away concessions to help stimulate businesses. We must ensure that the right things are being done for our Caymanians, and that our Caymanians will get the opportunity to work and to provide for their families. It cannot be business as usual, Mr. Speaker. We must understand promises and decisions cannot be made in the dark. There must be transparency in every discussion at every level going forward. Every promise made or every concession granted is money and opportunity lost for our people. They must be the primary beneficiaries of our laws,
I see one.
policies,
John, yeah, no.
and anything that we do. They must be at the core of our final decisions. Mr. Speaker, we just heard the leader of the opposition speak about the importance of the port. Mr. Speaker, it is time for us to really and truly look at our farmers, whether it is crops, whether it is livestock. We have to take this very serious. What brought it home, Mr. Speaker, was when some of our stuff that we paid for was held up in the US. If things get bad in the United States or worse, it is quite possible, Mr. Speaker, with the leadership that they have, they could say all ports are closed. Then we have to get our food from someplace else. We have to go and source it someplace else. Mr. Speaker, it is very, very important, and it's time for us to look about upgrading our farmers, helping the farmers, and let us see how much more we can do for ourselves. I am sure, Mr. Speaker, that if they are educated in the proper way, the same effect will happen, and it is already happening, that with the beef, where if you want to put Cayman beef on the shelf, it's the first thing out the store. A lot of people ask, is this locally grown? And I see it going out the store. We just have to get organized and make sure that our farmers are organized and support them where we can. Mr. Speaker, with those few words, I too will be supporting this bill. Like the leader of the opposition said, I'm not one for going into the pensions, but something has to be done to ease the pain and pressure that our people are feeling, especially those that have no work. Let us all agree to put our Caymanian people first at a time when the need is the most. And right now, the need is the most. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and God bless.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honorable member for Northside, I have no screen, so I have to keep looking.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I have the, Mr. Speaker, I wish to make a contribution to this debate and raise some concerns I have with the changes that this bill seeks to make to the pensions law. National Pensions Law 2012 revision. First of all, Mr. Speaker, I trust that the changes proposed to the 2012 revision do not conflict with the 51 clauses that we changed in the 2012 bill in, I think it was in 2016, because quite a number of changes, and I haven't had time to go through them and fit them back, and we don't have a revised law that currently incorporates those 51 clauses that were changed in 2016. Mr. Speaker, there are some sections of this bill that I support, such as the pension holiday. However, Mr. Speaker, there are sections of this bill that I know are counterproductive to the whole concept and purpose of pensions. I have always opposed
persons having access to their individual pension plans to withdraw cash prior to retirement, thereby reducing the amount that they have accumulated in their pension account from which their pension will come for their years of retirement. If we retire at 65, life expectancy is 80 plus. So we need to have funds to live at least 15 plus years on average. Most of the funds in the private pension schemes, because there's such a multiplicity of them, and almost every employer seems to have a different pension plan. So we have a situation where I know of Caymanians who, in the last 10 years, working in the private sector, now have accounts in 3 or 4 pension plans, 2 or 3 of which are dormant. So the cumulative amount that the working people have accumulated in their individual pension plans are not likely to pay anybody a livable pension during that 15 years. And even cumulatively, because of the administrative costs, because of the investor charges, because of the audited charges that the private sectors are using to make money for themselves on personal pension plan, oftentimes, and it'll be worse if we allow them to cash in the investments in the current worldwide economic state, people are going to have less than what they actually contributed. And Mr. Speaker, that's not speculation. I worked for a Big Four accounting firm for 6 years, made the maximum contribution to a local pension plan that they were a member of. When I left that company, I was at retirement age. I went to draw down my retirement sum. At the time, that pension plan had in it some $3,000 less than what had actually contributed over the 6-year period. And I assumed that once I went in and said, I'd like my pension, that they would have taken the money out at that value and put it in a CD to protect it, but they did not. So what happened? I got $12,000 for the first year, second year, the third year. When I went back for the fourth payment, they had lost another $2,000 during that 4-year period. And it's done, it's finished, it's gone, pension is done, because it was one of these defined contribution plans that everybody, convinced everybody in the country was the best way to go when I was advocating for national pensions on the basis of a fully funded defined benefit plan in the 90s. And so people need to understand that you're only going to get what you put in, plus what the employer put in, and for the defined contribution plan. There's no lifetime benefit in a defined contribution plan. So, Mr. Speaker, let me try to offer some constructive comments on the clauses in the bill. First of all, Mr. Speaker, let me say that I fully support the use of pension funds to stem the economic damage to the current economy and to promote the economic recovery of the domestic economy that's going to be necessary. I just don't think the way to do that is to give cash withdrawals to individual people in a lump sum. This country is supposed to be one of the best financial centers in the world. That's what we do in this country. We put together financial deals for the world. Don't tell me we don't have the expertise here that we can, within 24 hours or less, put in place a system where the funds can be deposited at local financial institutions, and there's a scheme by which people can continue to receive their salary for the next 10 months. I'll go into that in a more detail later on. My concern with a lump sum withdrawal is that we're going to have 3 weeks of feast and 9 months of famine. Because we're all human beings. None of us, I mean, I feel about myself, right? I'm terrible at managing money. My grandmother told me a long time ago I would never be rich. And I asked her why. She said, do you know why, what makes people rich? I said, yeah, money. She said, yeah, but why? So I said, well, what do you mean, grandmother? She said, because they keep the money. Okay, and the son, you don't worry about that. So you spend yours fast and you get it. All of us, human beings, we get a salary. Here we're getting a salary increase. So we say, okay, I know I'm living on 3,000 now, right? Get 3,500, I can save 500 a month. What happens? Never happened. Your expenses magically grow to consume your income. That's just human nature. And we give people this cash lump sum handout. It's going to be spent in short order. Even now that they don't have many places to spend it, I don't suspect that it's going to last for any extended period of time. All of us agree. But I don't know, Keman, he was having a flight Friday? And you know that money talks, and people will get on, and we didn't know they were on until we hear them in Miami, they won't come back. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, my biggest concern is that we are proposing, I support the suspension of payments. In fact, I think it should be longer than 6 months. I don't really think that we're going to be in a position until the 31st of December. So I would have liked to see that to be 10 months, because 6 months from now is what? May, June, July, August, September, October? I think it's going to take a little longer than that to recover to the point where they can make those pensions. Mr. Speaker, what is it we're trying to achieve? What the government, I believe, is trying to achieve is to make sure that all the people who got a salary in February and March can continue to receive that same salary until this is over. So what I would like to see is we've put together a scheme where cash is deposited in a local financial institution. Maybe we put 50, 60 million in. I don't know what the figure is, but we have the minds in Cayman that can work all these details out. And the banks that get that 15, 20-year deposit on a CD, you got long-term money, agree to pay the pensioner 0.5% interest. So they're not losing on their money. And all of the employers who are currently paying people in February and March have relationships with some bank. Whether they were paying them by sending a list and you get the money in cash in envelopes and you carry it back to your work site and you hand it out, or it was direct deposit, or you pay them checks. So we get the financial institutions having received this 15-year, 20-year money at 0.5% to agree to honor the salary payments of these companies that have been closed by the government as a result of COVID-19. Those essential services and those companies that are still operating have no access to this, right? And we allow that to happen up until the 31st of December. So everybody gets paid the salary that they were getting as their pay period, whether that was weekly, bi-weekly, or monthly, and they continue with their normal lives. Right? So when it comes to December the 31st, that advance is converted to a 5-year loan at 1%. Only allow the banks. Huh? The banks are doing it now. You don't need to, they're doing it every day. They're managing their accounts every day. We don't need to do it. Just make them do it. And make them convert that to a 5-year loan, only at 1% interest. And the first year, there's a moratorium of no interest and no principal payment. So we're giving the business people a 10-month period, 1 year and 10 months, to recover to where they can make that payment. And how do we sweeten for the banks? We're talking about a 5-year loan for salaries, but the money is there for 15 or 20 years. So they have those 15 years to use that same money at their regular commercial profit rates. Because, as I understand it, what happens in the local financial institutions now, and again, I'm not a banker, I'm not an accountant. Somebody comes here and deposits a couple of $100,000 for 3 months. I go in the next day and I want to borrow it for 10 years. So there's a huge risk. There is no risk to the banks on this pension money because it's on a 15-year deposit and they can lend it for 10 years easily. So they will make their normal excessive profits that they make on the backs of poor people for 15 years, having agreed to manage this program for 5 years. And it's easy to prove who should be entitled to this. And what, because you get, that way you do, it's not, you're not relying on the individual to manage their money, except their period of pay money. The same thing they're doing normally now. But if we're gonna give somebody $10,000 up to $60,000 from their pension funds, based on the formula proposed in this bill, you can get from 0 to, I would think, 50,000, 60,000, depending on what your pension is valued over the last 20 years. And we're asking them, 98, and we're asking them now to somehow manage that. Yeah. Right. So all the business person has to do is submit his February pay slip to his bank, keep all his people employed, and pay them on the normal period of pay. Because what we, as legislators, I'm hoping, are trying to do is to put in place a scheme that allows the people who are now not receiving a salary to continue to get a salary until we get over this COVID-19. Now, again, Mr. Speaker, how did we come up with $10,000? Because what the people need for that period of time is to receive their amount of salary that they were getting before. That's what they were living off of. And Mr. Speaker, while I don't support the drawdown. And even though I may vote for the bill in the third reading, I certainly intend to vote against Section 5 in the committee stage, unless there are some changes made to it. But certainly, as most of the people out there, I believe now, have accounts in more than one plan, anybody who is going to make a drawdown should draw down the money from the dormant plan. Because the normal expectation would be that you stay with the employer that you're currently with. So if you have 2 other plans out there that are dormant, take that money, but leave your current pension intact. And I have a question for the AG and the Premier on who qualifies, because I haven't figured it out. I may have figured it out wrong the way I read the bill. Let's take up, for instance, that I worked in the private sector for 2 different companies. I have 2 dormant pension plans in the private sector, but I am currently employed by government. Can I, because I believe the law says any member of the plan, as a member of either of those plans, withdraw that money? Or am I prohibited because I am a public servant at this current time? Okay, I thought you could, but I just wanted that confirmed. So a person in that situation could access the dormant accounts in the private sector, not in the government pension plan, but they could access the dormant accounts in the private sector and draw down whatever the formula agrees then. Okay. That's what I interpreted, but I'm not a lawyer like you see, so you know. And you know your lawyer has your law. The lawyers read laws different, right? So that you know, depending on how much you're paying, which one, what interpretation you get, and then we rely on judges to make the final arbitration. But anyway. And one of my greatest concerns with the provisions of the bill, Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, is that lump sum payment. And whether we can find a way to get once the amount is agreed on, to get the pension providers to pay it at some frequency other than just one lump sum. Mr. Speaker, I don't accept that they can't. They don't have no problem collecting the various pensions and accounting for it every month. So they have the staff, they ain't collecting none now. So those same staff that were managing the collection effort of it can manage the dispensation of whatever the people are for the next several months. Because some of them are still getting paid anyway. Because, Mr. Speaker, what are we going to do when the money is spent by these people who got a lump sum? I don't think the government can afford to pick them up in NAU. But there's going to be no alternative. And if we can't tell the people how to spend the money once they get it, the only control option we have is to control the method by which they get it and the periods and the amount they get each period in order to extend the weeks of feast and retract the weeks of famine. And Mr. Speaker, the other thing that concerns me is, given the worldwide economic downturn in the last 2 months, I think the government should try to find a way to put in this bill that these private pension funds that have been extracting their fees and profits for the last 20 years should not now be allowed to cash in investments where people are going to lose 15, 20, 30% of the value. They should have to go to their banking institution and use those as collateral to get the cash to pay the Caymanians who need the withdrawal. And when the economy goes back up, as it will, this too will pass, eventually it will pass, and the worldwide economies will recover. We don't have a crystal ball to say it's going to happen by September or November or December or next year. When the economy comes back up to a more reasonable level, then they can cash in the investments and pay off the loan facility that they got. But we shouldn't allow them, the pensioners, to get beat up twice. Reduce the value of their pension in the long haul, but also reduce the value of the investments now because we cashed it in at this low point. Mr. Speaker, I also have some concerns about the 45 days that the pension providers, and I'm sure that this is their idea, because I don't have a very friendly relationship with them going back to the 90s. Because that's just too long. That cannot be justified. We're not talking here about sending a man to the moon. We're talking about somebody has an account that you've been managing for the last 20 years that has X amount of dollars in it. And if it's less than $10,000, the whole thing coming out. There's no calculation to be made on that. It's all gone. It's all coming out. If it's more than, you get 25% more than that. Again, that should be done in an hour. You should be able to go into the pension, to email the pension and tell them what your account is. I want to draw it down. This is the reason I qualify. This is the paper, attached paperwork. And you get an email back in an hour says it's approved. We're giving them 7 days, 14 days, 21 days, and a maximum payout of 45 days. If people really need this today, who's picking up the slack between now and the 45 days when they get paid? Because if you give them 45 days, they can take 45 days. We should change that to maximum 21. In fact, if it was me, I would change it to 14. And make it an offense against the administrator if you don't pay it on time. Because again, we have lots of Caymanians who are not working, who can help them do this from their home and evaluate these applications and get them approved. Another smaller concern I have, Mr. Speaker, is that under section 521.15d, it says other information which the director may reasonably require. Those kind of caveat things always worry me. I think the A, B, and C are good enough. And I can't think of anything that, and certainly I would want him to have to go back to the government and get it approved through some kind of regulation, as opposed to him just sitting down and deciding that I'm gonna want, some people here that I can't prove I'm Caymanian unless I get, 5 letters from my grandparents, right? So we don't want them to introduce anything that is an extra burden for Caymanians to have to prove that in order to get this money. So I'm a little bit concerned about that, and I would ask that we look at that in the Finance Committee. in the Committee on the Bill. Mr. Speaker, the other thing that bothers me is the amendment to 95.2, where the regulations are made or not subject to a formative resolution. I don't have a problem with that if those regulations expire with, or if that provision expires with the law on the 30th of November. But I have real concern if that provision lives on and there is no longer the requirement for any government who wants to make regulations under the National Pensions Law to have an affirmative motion in Parliament, because that's the only way that the pensioners and the public know what changes are being made. Because if we look at the history of the regulation of these private pension plans in Cayman, it's horrendous. I mean, we haven't had a report in this Parliament now for years on what's going on. We did this in 2010, 10 years ago, to allow people to pay off mortgages, to buy land, and a couple other things. That drawdown required that you had to start paying it back the month after. It would be interesting to see a report from the director of how many people who drew down money have actually paid back anything. Because as I recall, the last time we questioned it through Public Accounts Committee, I think the indication we got, there was something like 80% of the people who draw down who hadn't paid back a lot. And the majority of the people who got that relief are still in trouble today with their banking institutions, because even those who paid it off went back and got another mortgage, and now they can't pay that one. So this quick cash lump sum money is attractive. It seems like a quick, reasonable solution, but it is fraught with a lot of problems. And I don't know of any instance in any country where this similar kinds of things was done that it really helped the pensioner in the long run. And part of putting the money invested in the local financial institutions, because, Mr. Speaker, we are going to need cheap money, long-term money, in order to restore the domestic economy in this country and to increase the domestic economy, because that's what we're going to have to rely on to a large extent, certainly for that portion of our economy which contributed through tourism. We're going to have to replace that with some kind of increases in the domestic economy. Otherwise, we're going to be in serious trouble for a long time. And we should be able to offer concessionary loans to agricultural development, farmers, etc., so that we can be better at producing our own food locally and stuff like that. And for other Caymanian businesses that can be developed, because what built Cayman, was Caymanian entrepreneurship. That's what built Cayman. These people that come here now and are raking the cream off the crop and taking it all because they find reasons to sideline the Caymanian entrepreneurs, etc., etc. We need to get back to where we have funds available locally. And the only place that these funds are going to be able to come from is from pension plans, from local pension plans. Because the mantra of attracting inward investment through concessions ain't gonna have much hope in the next year or so. So we need to have money that Caymanians can have access to develop businesses for many months. We could take care of the tourism sector, particularly the Caymanian-owned companies who do the tours and all that kind of stuff, that they get their salary if we put the pension in like this. And we promote staycations, we promote Caymanians going to Stingray City. The majority of Caymans have never been to Stingray City. Because if I go and tell one of them tour operators I want to go, it's $65, although the cruise ship only paying them $10. The cruise ship is selling for $65, but the tour operator only getting $10. But they don't sell it to the Caymanians at $10. The same thing with the government-owned turtle farm, right? You and I go there, it's about $45, but the cruise tourist was paying them what we found in Finance Committee, $12, $14. We're going to have to rely on Caymanian businesses to keep those places functioning. And we can do it at $10, $15. If the tour operators, the singers, said they did it for $15 for Caymanians, they would be making $5 more than they make now. So we have to find innovative ways to bring back the domestic economy. And I just don't happen to think, Mr. Speaker, that the best way to do this is to give individuals cash lump sum payment for them to manage their accounts over an extended period of time. So, Mr. Speaker, as I said, I will raise some more specific suggestions in committee stage on the bill. And if I can get some changes, I will vote for those clauses in committee. If I can't, I'll vote against the clauses in committee stage, and then I'll have to determine whether I can vote for the bill on the third reading. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does any other member wish to speak? Honorable Member for Newlands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Speaker, I also wanted to give a brief contribution to this debate. I'm quite aware that there are literally hundreds of people watching this debate this evening, anxiously waiting for the end result. So I'll try not to be too long because I wouldn't want to be the reason why they had to wait to hear what we were doing. But Mr. Speaker, I did have some observations and comments to make with regard to the bill. And I'll start off with some of the more technical ones, because I do have concerns with not really what we're trying to do here, but what the end result will be if we don't get it right. But Mr. Speaker, the clause 5 in the bill talks about, in 5(2)(i)(1), it talks about the qualifications to actually make a withdrawal from your pension fund. And I will note that it says one of the requirements, A, is that the person has to presently be in the islands. Now, I understand why that was put there. However, there's one important aspect of our population, well, not population, but our people, that we may have omitted in doing that, because we do have, and I hear the Honorable Minister for Health talk about the Caymanian diaspora whenever he addresses the people at the daily press briefings. And there are those Caymanians, Mr. Speaker, who live overseas. And because this is a global pandemic, those Caymanians are in similar situations to what we face here and are in no lesser need. So maybe some consideration could be given to those Caymanians. I know I've actually been contacted by a few of them who, like us, are going through difficult times. And while we acknowledge them as Caymanians, part of the Caymanian diaspora, we're not doing very much to assist them with this bill if we exclude them. So I will put that forward as a suggestion, that maybe we need to think about that aspect of it. I quite understand why we put there present in the islands. However, this pandemic is not restricted to just the Cayman Islands. So Speaker, well, we could say Caymanians, not resident, but But as I said, Mr. Speaker, I raised it because I have been contacted by quite a number of Caymanians living abroad who are in dire needs of some assistance. It would be up to the majority of this honorable House to decide how we deal with that. And I'm not raising it, Mr. Speaker, to be troublesome, but I think it's my responsibility to pass on the message, because people were quite animated and emotional when they contacted me about it as well. Mr. Speaker, in looking at the timeline involved in actually dealing with the disbursement of these funds from the pension accounts, I also had some concerns because in clause 552I8, it spells out the process involved, Mr. Speaker. And my main concern is the length of time it will take to be able to actually, as an applicant, receive your cash, receive your money. And I'll step through it. The process is outlined as this. The applicant would notify, once you apply, the administrator would notify the applicant of receipt of the application, and that has to be done within 7 days. And the administrator would then notify the applicant of the decision to approve or deny, and that can take up to 14 days. And then if approved, the funds would be issued via check or direct deposit, and that could take 4 to 5 days. So in total, you could potentially, by law, be waiting 2 months to receive the funds. If it's not approved, you won't technically have to know until 14 days after. Again, I understand the concerns of the administrators, and I know that they may want some flexibility in the law. But Mr. Speaker, we have to think about the purpose of these withdrawals. These withdrawals are being permitted in the law as a way of offering relief to individuals who currently are in dire need of it. And unfortunately, 66 days is what it adds up to. Maybe a bit too long. And what I would do is implore this honorable House to reconsider those and think about amending those. I understand that we don't want to put the administrators in any problems. However, in this day and age of technology and computers and software, I am pretty sure that some efficiencies can be found somewhere that we could tighten that up to at least cut it down to 1 month. I think that would be acceptable for all involved. But 2 months for somebody who currently right now has no income, has no wherewithal to feed their family. And in many families, Mr. Speaker, mother and father are not working and have had to make deals with their employer to keep them keep them employed, but reduce their wages significantly. Mr. Speaker, we also have situations where we have single parents, single mothers, who are again in dire straits and have to struggle through this. And in many situations that I'm aware of, they're not getting that spousal support because for whatever reason, the father is not able to contribute now as well. So we're looking at providing relief, Mr. Speaker, and I think 66 days is pushing the envelope a bit. Mr. Speaker, one member did remark that, we are living in unprecedented times, and we're in a situation where we're not going to know exactly what the right decisions are automatically. There's going to be a lot of discussion and contemplation. And we've had to adjust significantly. Just using today as an example, Mr. Speaker, this is the first ever virtually attended meeting or session of this Honorable House. And we made that change yesterday. So, you know, I fully understand that there are variables being thrown at us that we just have to deal with, and we don't have the luxury of time. Mr. Speaker, I've heard many people refer to this pandemic as dealing with an invisible threat. When we went through Hurricane Ivan, it was visible, it was tangible. You could see it, you could see the effect and so forth. With this, it's like chasing a ghost. And there's so many theories on, you know, how to track down that ghost and capture it and stop it. As the premier said, yeah, it's like a ghost is chasing us, yeah. But it's extremely difficult. And you can imagine, Mr. Speaker, we have the luxury of, you know, having access to information, having access to the experts, being on the front line, so to speak. But those at home waiting for the outcome of this and waiting on the outcome of our actions, there's a lot of anxiety, a lot of stress, a lot of mental anxiety. I even know people who tell me they're now suffering from insomnia and things like that because stress. And you know, it's an invisible threat, but it's there. Mr. Speaker, you yourself have now had to do something extraordinary and take the chair so that we can get through these changes today. So, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank you for doing that because you are even putting yourself at risk being here. So, you know, there's a great sacrifice that you have made. But we have to, Mr. Speaker, think about what the future holds. And I want to illustrate this because a lot of people may not have a grasp on it yet, but we have a situation where initially all the economic experts thought that the curve that represents this pandemic, the economic fallout, would be a V, where you would have a period of rapid decline and then a period of rapid incline or increase. And then we would be back out whenever that happens, and life could go on and the economy could restart. But it's being described now as a W, which is a double decline. So we're going to go into a situation, Mr. Speaker, where you have a rapid decline, a rapid increase, and some experts are saying another decline due to a second outbreak or, you know, worsening conditions, and then another increase. So, you know, we have to look at how this is going to affect the pockets of those people that we have a responsibility to look out for. We have to be able to arm them to fend for themselves. And, you know, I got several text messages from concerned individuals who said that what we're doing here, Mr. Speaker, is raiding the pension funds, and it was irresponsible, and it is ruining the lives of future generations, and we are taking advantage of poor people, because when those poor people get up in age and have no pension to fall back on, it is them that's going to suffer. Mr. Speaker, I agree with the long-term effect of this withdrawal or permitting these withdrawals. But at a time when people are desperate to take care of their children, take care of their families, when members of this Honorable House every single day are going into our own pockets to help people. And Mr. Speaker, I know we've all had similar experiences. I'm not talking about just registered voters in my constituency. I'm talking about countrywide. I'm talking about expatriates. not just Caymanians. When you see that level of depression hit this country, we have to act now. And while we can't just abandon all sense of reason and so forth and just respond, react, we know that this is a way out of this situation. And the longer term, we will have to find other solutions to deal with the fallout from this. So Speaker, we need, and I think the leader of the opposition talked about it, we need a short-term fix and we need a longer-term view on this. Right now, people need to feed their families. Right now, we have families living at home who are proud Caymanians, proud people, but they're hurting. And it's difficult for them to even come to us and ask for help. And faced with the thought that those people have money sitting in a pension account and they could use some of that, then we don't have much choice, do we? We're going to have to do this. It's either that or the government suddenly find a lot of money to support these families. That sounds, Mr. Speaker, like a good plan if the government had the money. But I can tell you this, and I'm not sitting on that side, so it's unofficial information. However, it is my opinion that when we look back at the government's surplus and re-examine the figures that went, the forecast that went into calculating that surplus, we're going to find that there's not much of a surplus. So we have to be creative right now. We have to be prepared, Mr. Speaker, to do what is necessary to help our people. I am perfectly fine with being blamed right now for the longer term because I'm not of a mind to just do this and walk away. I don't think any of us are. I think we are all committed, and I'll talk about that a little bit later on, to finding longer term solutions to offset some of the negative. Mr. Speaker, there are technology challenges in homes I'm aware of. I have actually been involved in an initiative trying to help the Education Department of Education Services to find out how many children don't have access to technology. Because with schools closed, with teachers desperately trying to teach using things like WhatsApp to send out assignments, WhatsApp groups, so on, and organize their classes. And then I'm finding that parents are not able to let their children participate because there's one laptop or maybe none in the house, and you have parents at home working, trying to use the laptop to work. You have multiple children. I've actually, Mr. Speaker, started an initiative where I am helping gather those numbers. And I know we're already around the 600 mark. So there's a huge need in this community for technology to help those families that need it right now. And that's one of the appeals I want to make. The same way that the Honorable Leader of the Opposition talked about some of those that have come here or that set up businesses here and been very successful. You know, if you want to step up, this is one way you can step up. Contribute to that effort because we're going to need the technology. And I'm not talking about anything hugely expensive. I have managed to procure a few laptops to give to some families that I know are in desperate need of them. $360 a laptop. However, my means are limited, very limited, and I can only do what I can afford. But a bigger initiative from those here in this country who have the means, Mr. Speaker, would be greatly appreciated at this point in time. So I'm asking them to step up. They don't have to do it for acknowledgement, but they can do it for this country. Mr. Speaker, my office, my constituency office is inundated right now. We have been assisting with helping people get food, water, medicine, complete. Sorry, Mrs. We have been helping with NAU applications, Mr. Speaker. And not just, again, not just Caymanians. Anybody that crosses our door, we try to assist. And I want to thank our PA in our office, Nikita Jackson, for all her efforts at this point in time. But Mr. Speaker, it is thus unsustainable for individuals to keep doing that. We all purchase the supermarket cards and we give them to who we have to give them to, and we help as many as we can. And during normal times, that is enough. But right now, this problem is too big. We have to make sure people have the ability to help themselves. We can't turn people away and tell them that just throw our hands up and say we can't help them, Mr. Speaker. So this withdrawal is going to help. But Mr. Speaker, I don't want to say that, and I don't want to buy into the notion that once people get this money, that they're not going to use it wisely. You know, there are those who will probably do that, but I'm thinking about a more optimistic view. Whereas somebody who knows that there's no end in sight yet for this pandemic, and they're not quite sure exactly when things are going to ease up, when they can get back to work, and they know they have this lump sum in their bank account, I'm pretty sure they're going to create a monthly budget. And they should treat it as if it was their payroll coming in. So each month, you know, you have X amount that you can use, and you live on that. Don't run out and buy a car. Don't run out and spend it crazily, but be responsible with it. But there are lots of people who know that. There are lots of people who understand that this is an uncertain future. And when they get this little bit of relief, there might be those parents who go out and buy that laptop for their child. You know, it might be as simple as that. Or get home internet installed, something. Because right now, they can't afford it. One thing I'm suggesting that people start to look into is that if they do get a little relief financially, start looking at online courses and certifications. Start preparing yourself for this new world that's ahead of us, just a few short months from now, because it's going to be drastically different. It's not going to be the same world. It's going to be very much different, and skills that are required in that world are going to be different than what are required today. So start upskilling, start learning something new, get certified, get educated, and get prepared. Mr. Speaker, there are some people who will go out and start a new business. Again, that mightn't be the fundamental reason why we're doing this, but some people will do it. Let's be realistic. That again could be good for the economy. We want businesses, we want jobs. Some may find another way to invest the money. There's some smart investors around who know how to make money. When they get their hands on this cash, they may do that. You never know. There's some who are just fed up, Mr. Speaker, with the years of losses in value of their pension account and have decided maybe I can do a better job at managing it. So there are various reasons why. But I really don't subscribe to the notion that we're all a country of bad, poor money managers. I think that there are so many now among us who have been educated and who can help each other and guide each other. I think that we will see some positive out of this. Mr. Speaker, just to put it in perspective, our payroll value in this country, if you talk about dollars, is over $1 billion. And we're not quite sure how much of that has been lost just yet. But it is impossible for this government and the government and administration to replace that. There's no way we could turn to the government and say, you have to give all these people money to live. This government doesn't have $1 billion to do that. So we have to find ways to replace some of that income for the short term, even though it's not legitimate wages and salaries. As I said, Mr. Speaker, when we revalue government's budget projections, we know things are not going to look that great financially. Speaker, another thing that I want to touch on is the insurers, and I'm very concerned because, and I'm glad that we're making changes to the labor law to allow people to stay employed, because I did have this lingering concern that when people lose their jobs and then lose their health cover, that we were going to be opening ourselves up to even more liability, because I know that the government doesn't turn people away, sick people away. So eventually the government is going to have to pick up that bill. At the very least, this will allow people to continue their insurance coverage. I know one company, and the businessman told me that his monthly, for his business, his monthly insurance premiums come up to just under $2,000. And he just needed to find a way to keep that going so that he could keep his employees insured. And he's doing that to his own detriment. He's doing that, out of his pocket. This will help him, people like him, to take care of their employees, because they value them and they don't want them to feel as if they're not valued and they're not appreciated. But right now, the financial constraints are making it hard to treat your employees good. So people can use this money for things like that as well, Mr. Speaker. So, Speaker, talking about the longer term, I really do want to encourage some innovative thinking, as all the speakers before me have discussed. I want to see a longer-term plan that is going to address all the deficiencies and weaknesses that this pandemic has exposed. We have seen already, to some extent, where the technology infrastructure needs to improve. We have to focus on that now. We have to ensure that the next time we have to lock down and stay at home, the process for students especially is as simple as picking up your laptop, going home and opening it and turning it on. Because I really don't want to see students sitting idle for 2, 3, 4 months on end with their brains not being used and their brains not getting their daily exercise, because that is dangerous. And it is dangerous for their mental well-being, Mr. Speaker. I know of some kids now who are in that situation who are showing signs of depression. Some are showing signs of aggression. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. And that is the level of conversation I have with my constituents now. When parents call me, mothers call me, that's what we talk about. We don't just talk about the pandemic, we talk about the effect it's having on their children and their mental well-being. So we have to be prepared next time around. I want to see next time around that we have to deal with this, that we have an online learning platform for all the government schools, so that a student, whether you are in a pandemic or not, once you get home, you can log in to a portal, you can see all your assignments, you can see your grades, you can see what is expected of you, you can have discussions with your classmates, all your projects are there available. It's a technology-based environment, learning environment that never switches off. So just because you're in school 8:30 till 3 o'clock or whatever it is, that doesn't mean that your learning experience ends at 3 o'clock. And that's what we need to do, Mr. Speaker. We need to extend the classroom into the home permanently, so that the next time around we have to do something like this, it is automatic. Mr. Speaker, in the same way that the financial services industry has been able to, almost without blink of an eye, continue operating, that's a model that we need to look at. It's a model I'm familiar with, but their business continuity planning has been perfected. And I know that from being working in the financial services sector, that was a high priority focus for many years because of hurricane threats. So we can learn from that, and we can pull that expertise in and apply that to just about every industry that doesn't require a physical presence, like food service and so on. But we can apply those lessons to most businesses now and ensure that they can continue to operate with very little disruption. But we have to make those changes now, and we have to make sure we look at legislation, Mr. Speaker, to see if we need to make those improvements in legislation to make it easier, then we do it. I know that all the members, Mr. Speaker, have talked about what we need to do to improve the local economy and make it more resilient. We need diversification. One member talked about agriculture. I mentioned briefly to the Minister for Commerce about e-commerce and finding new industries like manufacturing, whatever it may be, so that we can, next time around, we are more resilient and dependent on ourselves. Just thinking about where food comes from nowadays is stressful. So if we can produce more locally, that's the better for us. Fishing, there's been a lot of people, Mr. Speaker, who are up in arms right now because they can't go fishing. That's our way of life. That's our tradition, our culture. So I can understand why they are upset. But let's look at ways to develop our fishing industry. Let's get those guys who are out there now who would go out and fish and go around and sell the fish, which is risky now. Let's make sure they're set up so that they're business people, they're entrepreneurs, and they can make a living off of what we have traditionally done. That way, next time around that we have a situation, we don't have to lock them down. They can operate and they can actually feed us. Mr. Speaker, I could go on, but as I said, I'm aware that there are hundreds of people watching this debate tonight. And I'm pretty sure some of them are asking me to hurry up and sit down now. So I'm going to soon sit down, but I will comply. But, we need to bear in mind that W I talked about, it's a great, serious possibility that we're going to get hit twice and that our economy is going to get hit twice. So I'm urging everyone to bear that in mind when they do get their pension withdrawals, that you need to save some for a rainy day, and that rainy day might be right around the corner. Speaker, going forward, every one of us is going to get up here tonight and talk about great ideas for recovering, for moving forward. The one thing I have noticed with this legislature and this administration and this opposition, Mr. Speaker, is that when we get together and work together, we do great things. We have yesterday changed our standing orders so that members can join us virtually today. The Minister for Commerce is instructing me to come back across there to work with him, Mr. Speaker, but I wasn't quite going there. But Mr. Speaker, we changed the standing orders. We made a change that is historic, has never been done before in this country. And now we're able to have colleagues join us virtually so that we can work on this problem together. When we made the constitutional changes, Mr. Speaker, I talked about this before, we went to London together and we worked together. The former leader of the opposition and the premier did that together with their supporting members. And sitting at that table, we were unified. What I am suggesting, and I know many seasoned politicians will tell me that it's a utopian type dream and I shouldn't approach it that way, but I like to think that times are changing and we're adapting. We have select committees of this House, special committees, who can be tasked with doing special jobs. We did one yesterday, change the standing orders. My suggestion going forward is that we form a special committee of this House, made up of members on both sides. Doesn't have to be me, but let's sit down together and look at these problems together. I think that is the only way that we are going to come out of this with a certainty that we have done what is in the best interest of our people and this country. If we don't adopt that approach and we come in here with one side making a proposal, the adversarial nature of the politics that we have employed is going to make us fight about it. And we don't want that. Let's sit in a committee and agree things together, come to this house, cut the debates down to 10 minutes each, and vote on things and pass them through, because at this point in time, our people don't want to hear the bickering. They don't want to hear the shouting across the aisle. They don't want to hear the arguments. Their problems are too great. So I am willing, I know my opposition colleagues are willing to work together to pull us out of this together. And we're going to need all the help we can get. Let's not underestimate what faces this country. So with those few words, Mr. Speaker, and in solidarity with the government, I will vote for this bill. And I hope that the few suggestions I've made will be taken on board. Thank you.
Does any other member wish to speak? The honorable member for Bordentown West. Honorable member from Bodna, how long are you going to be approximately? I understand some food is here.
Maybe 20 minutes or so.
We'll take a break. We'll resume at 7. Thank you. Or before. Yep.
A 90-day forbearance on student loan debt, impacting over 1.1 million Californians with loan debt. No burden now placed on them over the next 90 days, no impact to their credit rating, no late fees or fines, and actual support in terms of getting new payment plans in place for future processing. I want to, again, just congratulate JB on his leadership on organizing this framework, profoundly important to student loan borrowers in the state of California. And I want to just applaud those 21 of those 24 service loan providers or servicers for their willingness to step up and help support those that are struggling to pay their student loan debts. The second debt-related announcement I wanted to make was in relationship to the CARES Act. Many of you have received checks from the CARES Act, some individuals receiving $1,200 checks, those with children, additional $500 contributions. But a lot of those checks, if you had debt, were garnished by debt collectors. I just signed an executive order, quite literally moments ago, where that no longer will be the case. The executive order denies the ability for debt collectors to garnish your CARES Act dollars. It's also retroactive. So if you're a debt collector and you did garnish those contributions, those checks, you got to give them back. And so that is effective immediately. And I want to just thank my legal team for organizing that framework over the last few days. We have been putting together that executive order and advancing a principle that I think is appropriate under the economic circumstance, and that is the nature of this emergency and crisis for individuals and families. Now is not the time to garnish those emergency contribution checks. There is a caveat, however, because we have a family first focus. If you owe child care, if you owe spousal support, this does not apply to you. And if you are an individual that receives a check but has a responsibility to a victim or a victim's account, that will continue as well. But for everyone else, no debt collector can take those direct payments any longer in the state of California. And we are assured that you will be able to claw back any of those contributions from the feds that perhaps have been taken away by those same debt collectors. So student loans, some relief, at least over the next 90 days for borrowers, 1.1 million, the state of California, and all of those that have debt that are attached to the CARES Act. We hope this provides that second announcement, some relief as well. Also want to express my debt of gratitude to a group of doctors that moments ago, at noon today, just took off from the state of California, flying into LaGuardia tonight, 14 doctors working in partnership with an organization of physicians, of physician groups from the CMA to Vituity, a group that organizes physicians. They're joining these 14 doctors, 2 doctors from UC Davis that are already in New York to work with the city of New York and their hospital and health system. Dr. Mitch Katz, who may be familiar to some of us out here in the state of California, used to run the health care system down in Los Angeles, formerly in the city of San Francisco. He runs it for the largest healthcare delivery system in our country, at least subnationally, and that's the city of New York. We are working in partnership with him. Mark Galley, who knows Mitch very well, helped organize this partnership and this collaboration. So 16 doctors leaving today, or at least joining 14 leaving today, that will arrive tonight to help support for a 2-week period the needs of our fellow Americans in New York City. I just want to express my, again, deep gratitude and debt of gratitude to their willingness to really meet this moment in a profound and significant way. I want to also just extend a gratitude. It hasn't been highlighted. I wanted to make sure it was, that UCSF had already sent 20 doctors and nurses for a similar purpose. So state of California, 36 doctors and nurses are now deployed into New York. And again, it's the spirit of our times, the spirit of this moment. And for those that may be dispirited by it, saying, no, wait, we need those doctors and nurses, let me remind you of the announcement we made yesterday to actually pull back on our stay-at-home orders and allow scheduled surgeries to once again go into effect, or at least be performed in our healthcare delivery system and our hospital system, because of the work we have done to decompress the system, increase the total supply of alternative care sites so we can meet our needs and meet a potential surge into the future. One of the great benefits of these doctors going out onto the front lines in New York is what they'll bring back, which is a deep understanding and knowledge of what's happening in the most acute point of the crisis in this country, and being able to bring that to bear here in the state of California. So this is an incredible opportunity for all of us in California, not just the generosity of these individuals to another state. And so again, this is a wonderful thing, and I'm very proud and pleased to make this announcement today on behalf of those doctors, on behalf of those systems and those provider groups, and just again express my gratitude. It's 2 weeks and then 2 weeks of quarantine, so it's a 1 month sacrifice of these individuals. That's a big deal, and again, we thank them. I also want to just thank, yesterday announced that the president was extending support for new swabs to get more specimens, increase our testing capacity. We got word today that 100,000 swabs that he committed this week, 90,000 are arriving, and we'll start to distribute them in the next day or so. That's very encouraging. I know it's not the 100,000, but they told me they'll make up for that 10,000 next week when the 250,000 arrives. So conversation, commitment, promise made, promise kept, 90,000 on the way, be distributed tomorrow. I also want to just extend, in terms of numerical considerations and numbers, a depth of gratitude for all of you that signed up for the Californians for All.ca.gov website. Remember, just 2 days ago, we had a call to ask for people to volunteer their time, attention, their passion, and their sense of purpose to a cause bigger than themselves. And we would match that cause geographically to an area of interest. Over 22,000 people just in the first day signed up and went on that site. And I just want to thank all of you that did do that, and all of you that are thinking about it. Just remind you, Californians for All.ca.gov. That website's available to you to roll up your sleeve and do a little phone banking, help out the food banks, maybe go to a blood bank and donate blood, or provide other kinds of talents and supports. And again, it's a dynamic site, and one of the first offerings and one of the most impactful things the first cohort of volunteers is doing is making neighbor to neighbor phone calls, particularly to seniors that are struggling with social isolation. Others are doing food deliveries, but even those phone calls go a long way and make a big difference. Also want to just express gratitude to the folks at EDD. A lot of attention on unemployment insurance in this state. But just since March 15th, the state of California has distributed $3.944 billion, close to $4 billion of unemployment insurance has been distributed, $3.94 billion. Interestingly and coincidentally, to 3.9 million individuals just since March 15th. And I say that to make this point. None of us are naive about the responsibility we have as a state and as administration to make sure that call center gets cleaned up and we do more at continuing to process those claims. Almost $1 billion of claims since Sunday have been distributed. Just give you a totality of what's out in the millions that have been processed just in a number of weeks. We had over 1,300 people, I announced, that were redeployed well over a week ago. We got the phone lines operational 8 to 8 and 7 days a week, not just 5 days a week from 8 till noon. And in that process, we're continuing to process more claims and address some of the anxiety around getting access to an individual, a human being, to answer the phone. We're adding a few hundred more personnel to that task, and we have some business process improvement strategies we're organizing with Covered California. A lot of best practices we're taking from their call centers and other, our tax board. It's interesting. Everybody's coming together, not just, again, to increase points of access, but the quality of the interaction as well. So I just want to head that off, let you know we are working overtime on that. We have a wonderful team led again by Julie Sue, and we start every morning call and she reminds everybody we're on it, we're doing more, we've got to do better, we understand we have to do better. But I do want to just extend a gratitude for the close to $4 billion that they have processed just since March 15th. For what it's worth, 3.3 million people have filed claims since March 12th. You may wonder why we've distributed 3.9 million checks and only 3.3 million people have filed claims. Those were folks who were in the queue before March 12th. But March 12th marks a moment where we started to see a big spike in the total number of applications and the total number of requests. Speaking of requests, every day we're requested to appropriately update you on the total number of lives lost to this virus, number of hospitalization, ICU, and as well, number of people that have tested positive. Let me briefly go through those. Yesterday was the deadliest day for this virus in the state. 115 human beings lost their lives, families torn apart. It was the deadliest day in the state of California. I don't say that blithely. I don't say that certainly cheerfully. I don't say that except in any way, shape, or form to do justice to those individuals. Each one of those numbers represents family, represents a life lost, and a journey that their families will be on and their loved ones that is very different than the one that predates their passing of that loved one. But it's also a reminder, we're not out of the woods yet. I know there's deep desire. People are making calls on an hourly basis saying it's time to open back up. Consider the deadliest day in the state of California in the last 24 hours, 8.5% increase in the total number of deaths. We saw 5.6% increase in the total number of people tested positive in the state of California. But there was some positive news despite those numbers. And that was for the first day, we have been putting together our number of hospitalizations and number of ICU patients. We saw 4 things happen at the same time. I mentioned just a few days ago, we saw the first thing happen at the same time, and that was the number of hospitalizations and number of ICUs decline together. That happened again today. Hospitalizations down 0.4% and 1.2% decline in ICUs. But what happened was also significant. What was also significant is the number of what we call PUIs. These are persons under investigation. And both for hospitalizations and for our ICUs, we saw those persons under investigations drop as well. So all 4 of those categories dropped, only reinforcing what we advanced yesterday, some stabilization in that curve. But with deaths and still positives going up, again, I caution people that we're out of the woods. And that's why I continue to encourage all of you to do what you've done that led to that stabilization. Leads me to announce those 4 categories are beginning to decline, and leads me to further the call of practicing physical distancing, social distancing, and appropriately wearing face coverings when you cannot practice physical distancing at the grocery store or elsewhere. Look, we're walking into a very warm weekend, the most beautiful weekend, to the extent you love warm weather, since January, at least, or since arguably last summer in the state of California. And that means people are prone to want to go to the beaches, parks, playgrounds, and go on a hike. And I anticipate there'll be a significant increase in volume. But I also think if there is, and people aren't practicing physical distancing, I'll be announcing in a week or so, these numbers going back up. I don't think anybody wants to hear that. I don't want to share that information. But that's really less up to me. It's more up to all of you. And the peer pressure, the social pressure, making a phone call in the next few days, maybe you got a teenage son or nephew, niece, and you think, well, you know what, I should check in with Bobby and just say, hey, I know you are likely to want to get to that beach, but just be careful. If you do, make sure it's open. And if it's not open, abide by the rules. If it is open, just abide by social distancing, practice physical distancing. Let's not dream of regretting. And I just want to, again, encourage people to be safe, stay at home to the extent possible, and practice physical distancing. We'll continue to practice what we preach, and that is constant and never-ending updates to you on our thinking about how these 6 indicators that we highlighted yesterday, one deeply highlighted on testing, what those indicators are telling us and how they're guiding us in terms of next steps and next announcements. Yesterday, we made that first announcement again to begin to pull back on our stay-at-home order. That's a positive sign, but it was the indicator that gave us that green light, gave us that sign. We need to see other green lights and those other indicators provide us similar guidance in terms of making decisions. It won't be a letter I receive, a tweet. It won't be the expression of frustration that I and all of you share in terms of the stay-at-home order. It will be those indicators that drive our decision-making, not dates. We don't debate dates. We look at the facts objectively. We're not ideologues. I'm not an ideologue. I'm open argument, interested in evidence. And I'm well aware of the arguments of regionalism in this state. I'm well aware that this state, as I often say, is many parts, not just one body. And I recognize the differentiation, not only between regions in this state, but even within cities and counties in this state. And we monitor, we mark that, and we understand that in detail, and we see that nuance. And that data is all matched up and collected, put through that lens of these 6 key indicators and that roadmap to recovery. And I can assure you, in real time, and I hope that's every few days, we're going to make announcements as we toggle. Again, move that dimmer up and down, not this light switch, because there's no such thing as reopening and back to normal. It's normal with caveats. It's reopening with conditions. This virus, we are not immune from this virus. There is no vaccine for this virus. There are no therapeutics that have yet been identified that we can distribute and manufacture at scale to mitigate the impacts of this disease. The disease killed more people in the state of California in the last 24 hours than any previous 24 hours. We still have more positives in this state every day. So disease continues to spread, and we need to continue to spread the word of vigilance and maintain our values to one another. And the value, again, that we hold dear is this notion that we're all in this together. It's not individuals, it's individual acts on behalf of collective community that will save lives and get the economy back much sooner than we otherwise would if we go back into fits and starts. And so I assure you, I'm looking forward to starting up this engine of this economy. And closing, before I open it up to questions, I want you to know that we had a wonderful conversation yesterday. I had the privilege of getting the counsel of all the ex-living governors in the state of California, 2 Republicans and 2 Democrats. And we spent an hour together talking about their ideas and strategies, their unique experiences when they were facing budget shortfalls and economic challenges, earthquakes, fires, floods, so many things we're very familiar with in the state of California. And then we had a conversation with some of the most well-known icons in business and social justice, and had a remarkable conversation. Former Fed Chair Janet Yellen providing guidance on economic recovery and growth. Tim Cook of Apple talking about best practices of how they reopened overseas, particularly in China, and what those conditions look like, what the triggers look like, all of that helping inform us. And I socialize that with you to just know that this area is part of deep focus and a deep passion. And, you know, I don't want to talk too much about my own background, but I remind many of you of my entrepreneurial background. I didn't start in politics. I started as a guy who put pen to paper, got 17 investors, $7,500 each, part-time employee, Pat Kelly, small little business right out of college, and was able to grow that business, a dozen plus businesses throughout the state of California that I was pleased and proud in my past to have been part of. And so I say this as an expression of passion, in a sense of purposefulness, my passion for entrepreneurialism, my passion for economic growth and energy that we all want to see restored in the state of California. I share that, and I share the deep anxiety so many of you are feeling in that space. Final words, because those businesses are also being impacted in ways that I think deserve even more attention and need to be highlighted. I could not be more pleased with the announcement, because of the incredible leadership of our leader, Speaker Nancy Pelosi, in partnership with those in the Senate and others to get this new stimulus where we'll see more PPP money. This is that loan program and forgiveness program for small businesses. California got 9.76% of those federal dollars, below where we should have in the last round. We hope to do much better in this next round. We have 2 SBA loan programs. As you may recall, we were the first to apply for one of them as a state, first to get the waiver and first to grant one of those SBA loans, an economic injury account. We actually have outperformed in that account and in another SBA account, which is the disaster assistance accounts. We received 14.7 and 26.8% of those federal dollars. So we're doing well in the SBA loans. We didn't do as well in the PPP loans. I say that to make this point. We have the opportunity, because of this next stimulus, to draw down even more money into the state of California. Those loans are lives as well, dreams as well. People put up everything on the line as entrepreneurs, and they're just trying to hold on and work through this so they have a place for us to go, those that are on unemployment, to go and have those businesses. Holding on is so foundational to our economic recovery. And so I highlight that as a point of emphasis because we are emphasizing the applications of those loans and the distributions of those loans. And we just want to make sure the business men and women that are out there know that we want to be supportive and have your back. Go to covid19.ca.gov. covid19.ca.gov to links to those 3 loan programs and assistance. And I remind everybody, final words before I open up to questions, that we also created an additional loan program for microloans for businesses that fall through the cracks of these SBA loans and this federal PPP program. We have distributed loans already in that account. 73% of them have been to women and minority-owned businesses. That's exactly what we were hoping to see is folks, these micro businesses, these smaller mom and pop businesses that otherwise don't have banking relationships, don't have credit relationships, don't have the traditional financial service sector relationships that fall through the cracks, to be able to use that iBank and try to apply for those loans. And we're encouraged that we're already seeing those loans being distributed in the state of California. So much more work to do in that space. And we look forward to continue our partnerships with Senate, with the Assembly, Bob Hertzberg, Senator Hertzberg leading the Economic Task Force in the Senate, coming up with already some wonderful ideas. I really look forward to the partnership as we develop a roadmap to recovery in concert, in council, in partnership with our Assembly and Senate leaders as well, that I know deeply care about small businesses, microloans, and economic opportunity being extended across the panoply of sectors in the state of California. So that's the overview for the day. Happy, of course, to answer any questions.
Nicole Nixon, Capital Public Radio.
Hi, Governor. Can you give us a sense of how many counties and cities have reached out to you about their plans to reopen and your sort of process for finding agreement with those communities?
Look, I think a lot has been written about a lot of the counties, and most have made public their desires and requests. Boards of supervisors have sent letters, mayors have sent letters, legislative leaders have sent public letters. I haven't even received them, but I read about them. And I say that lovingly because I recognize the spirit of the moment. And there are many. I don't know the exact number, but you've all, I think, written very comprehensively about this. And not surprisingly, there are many others out there in real time that may have just come in the last few minutes. There's a deep desire to know when. And as I said, it's not a date, it's an indicator. And it goes through the prism of these 6 specific indicators. And that's the response we have when we have those conversations with county leaders and business leaders, with Rotary Club leaders, with mayors, city council members. And we say, look, if we can work together and we can work to advance our collective cause of safely reopening by making sure all of us are checking off the same list, then we're going to be able to advance some loosening of our stay-at-home orders sooner, as opposed to chasing folks down that get ahead of themselves, only to find that perhaps they went too soon, too fast. I don't even need to remind you, just interesting, the national conversation we're having about other states, and even the president commenting about one particular state where he felt there needed to be some reconsideration of those recommendations. It's just an expression of the obvious, that all of us are trying to work this out in real time. But at the end of the day, for us, it's not top down, it's a bottom up process, recognizing each region is unique and distinctive. And we really want to think about this regionally as a framework, regions rising back up together, but we've got to stay together to the extent possible. But I recognize 480 plus cities, 58 counties, that's a challenge, and we're going to try to manage that challenge as effectively and efficiently as we can.
Karma Dickerson, Fox 40.
Hi. With respect to testing, this question is about maximizing the existing capacity. For example, Verily in Sacramento has a max of testing 350 plus people, but they've been averaging about 215 appointments a day and 165 people tested. They said they've never gotten to their scheduling or their testing capacity. And they also have put out a push to get more people tested. However, as people are doing the screener for an appointment, even if you say you have symptoms and pre-existing conditions, people are still being told they don't qualify. Also, there is a list of essential workers. It's prioritized to healthcare, first responders, and corrections. Nothing about grocery workers or like postal workers or journalists, other people who are out and about. So when asked about the criteria for testing, that county basically says it's up to the state. So given that they are testing less than half their capacity, should those screening standards be relaxed? And what oversight is there to ensure that all of the testing sites and future abilities will be maximized?
As you know, we put together a testing task force over a week ago. They're very organized and deliberatively work through that testing protocol on a daily basis and make adjustments. I'll just give you an example. Those 90,000 swabs for specimen collections, that works through the process of this task force in terms of how they'll organize that distribution. Yesterday, we made the announcements of the expansion of 6 additional sites with Verily, in partnership with Verily. And we also made an announcement 2 days ago about the lifting of the criteria in terms of who we're prioritizing for testing to asymptomatic, not just symptomatic individuals. We do through a multiple lens. We're the first state in the country to do that, to make that announcement and to begin to advance a loosening of those guidelines very directly along the lines of your question. So the answer is yes, we are adjusting those guidelines and have done so, and making sure we socialize them throughout our entire testing system. But the idea is a simple one. We have individuals that work as LVNs at SNFs. Young individual may not have any symptoms, but may actually have the disease and is spreading the disease. We think those vulnerable individuals, individually themselves, but also to their friends, family, and professionally, they should be part of our testing strategy. So it's focused on that subset. We've taken that lid off in terms of the testing priorities and expanded them, and that should certainly help. I also want to extend the expansion, not just to Verily. Verily is one of our many, many providers, but we made a significant announcement yesterday, OptumServe, 80 additional sites. These are end-to-end testing sites. They'll be distributed all throughout the state of California, rural parts of the state. That's happening in real time. Those 80 sites are going out today, tomorrow, Saturday, Sunday, Monday. You're going to see these things set up. And so you're going to see a real loosening of the criteria and the restrictions, significant increase in the total number of tests. We're over 482,000 tests now conducted. We're getting closer and closer to that 25,000 goal of tests every single day. We got to do much better than that within the next 30 days and 60 days, better still. We've got that Abbott announcement we made yesterday. We did a follow-up with Abbott. There was a question yesterday around the serology tests. I made an announcement, and I appreciated one of the reporters wisely said, did you say 1.1 million serology tests that you have procured from Abbott? And she was correct. Was 1.1 million. Today, just in the natural give and take, as we work with Abbott, not just on serology, but the PCR tests, of which we're procuring more tests there, they are ready to start distributing those. It's not months away. Turns out they're ready to send those tests to the state. So it's both PCR tests, the ones you're referring to with Verily, and then these serology tests, which you're going to see a significant expansion. I'll just remind you briefly, and this is an an extension beyond perhaps your interest and your query directly. But as you know, it's been well written about. There have been 2 serosurveillance tests that have been done at scale in the state of California, the Stanford test for over 3,300 individuals earlier this month, and the one in partnership with USC in LA County that was done. LA County's continues, they're going to continue to do more of their surveillance, and the one in Stanford generated a lot of attention for many different reasons. But again, that's also part of the broader testing ecosystem, not just diagnostic tests, but also antibody tests, and also the community surveillance that also is part and parcel of everything that's happening in this space. But the good news is 2,000 tests a day, March, now averaging over 16,000 a day, on our way to 25,000 by the end of the month, and then multiples of that very soon thereafter.
Marissa Perlman, CBS 13.
Governor, thank you for taking our phone call. You've continued to speak about this May model. We haven't seen the data or the evidence or these indicators to support that. Where is that data? And also, we as journalists, of course, have so many questions throughout this pandemic. Often we don't get answers via phone call or email unless we by chance get called on during these briefings. How else can we get our questions and our viewers' questions answered?
I've got a whole team of people, and they give me an update on the queries. So we're answering dozens and dozens of questions every day, in some cases every hour. And to the extent yours haven't, we'll try to fix that. I appreciate your recognition that every single day I make myself available to you to the extent possible for these noon press conferences. And in addition to that, as you know, we try to make ourselves available, radio shows, TV, I mean, everything we can possibly do that doesn't get in the way of actually doing our job. So I'll check in, make sure we're answering whatever questions you may have remaining. But specifically to your question, and thank you for it, as it relates to this May model, I'm not sure specifically which May model you're referring to. We put out our modeling update last Friday. We'll be doing that again very shortly. But I have Dr. Galley here. And when you don't have the answer to a question, it's always best to defer to someone that does. And so let me ask Dr. Galley to come up, and perhaps he knows more specific about the May model you're referring to.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you for the question. We have in weeks past put out a conversation showing how our modeling runs through about May 20th. We also talked about how in recent weeks, as we've looked at our actuals, so I remind you, there are many models. We have created and used one in California to help guide our planning and thinking, but we always come back to what we're actually seeing on the ground. So as we've looked at those models and looked at our actuals, we see that our actuals are actually climbing at the lower end of the range of what our model showed. And so we continue to be in that range, and we are seeing what is a very slow rise, even to the point of calling it a plateau in our cases. Well, actually in our hospitalizations and ICUs, and as our testing numbers rise, we hope to see the same in our cases. So as we trend that out, those are exactly the data that fit into our indicators that allow us to make announcements like were made yesterday around reintroducing health services that have been delayed over this period of stay-at-home order. So we continue to look at those models, but we are guided both by what those trends are into the future, but largely through the actuals that we're seeing today.
Next question.
Carla Marinucci, Politico.
Hi, Governor. Majority Leader Mitch McConnell has sparked a firestorm by suggesting that hard-hit states should get more federal aid in future legislation, that they instead consider bankruptcy. We've heard from both the governors of New York and New Jersey today. They pushed back hard on this. Governor Cuomo saying that New York puts in billions more and Kentucky takes out billions more from the federal pot. California is also a donor state, but you've been silent on it so far. What's your reaction to McConnell's statement, and do you have any message for him?
I haven't been silent, but we haven't had a chance to talk directly. I expressed similar sentiments that other governors have, Democrats and Republican governors. As you know, Carla, we've long made the point that California has been a donor state. Interestingly, that's no longer true. After the SALT tax reform, California actually is slightly below that normal position where we were contributing a little bit more. SALT actually set us back just slightly, but it is broadly true that these larger blue states disproportionately are subsidizing some of the smaller, even the larger red states. It's not the case in every single circumstance, but neither here nor there. Look, my reaction is this. On behalf of tens of thousands of men and women in uniform, our police officers, our firefighters, our sheriffs, the folks quite literally saving lives, people putting their lives on the line every single day, the heroes that we highlight often and appropriately so, the nurses, so many of our frontline folks that are taking care of our children, our teachers, the heroes that have been recognized in this crisis in particular. On behalf of all of them, hundreds of thousands, if not millions, let me just say his comments were offensive. Number two, I'll just say this, states are laboratories of democracy. Cities are laboratories of innovation. If you care about democracy and innovation, you care about states, you care about cities. I hope and expect he'll take back his comments.
Alex Michelson, Fox 11.
Governor, I have a question about the future of education. I know you're one of the many parents that hope to have your kids back in a regular school in the fall, but even during the good times, so many of California's schools were overcrowded. So I'm wondering if you can paint a picture for us of what education in the era of social distancing actually looks like, and how do you pay for that?
Well, we were hoping to be able to advance with this school bond this year that fell a little short. That would have helped not only retrofit existing buildings, provide more high quality educational experience. Interesting, big part of that was ventilation systems that would have helped with the flow of air and provided us more capacity and more resources for more broadband and the like. But unfortunately, voters didn't want to support that at this time around economic uncertainty, et cetera. So we'll have to work through that and around that. But the good news is one of the great dynamics in situations like this is it forces an innovative mindset and an innovative spirit. And we really start thinking about tomorrow very differently with more clarity, more conviction. I was having a specific conversation after our economic recovery task force meeting about broadband for all, not with platitudes, but to actually deliver on what we have been promising and promoting, it seems, for decades in this country, and what specifically it will take. It's been highlighted in your question around distance learning and those disparities. It's been highlighted by my wife's work with the superintendent of public education, going out and raising the money to procure over 70,000 tablets and Chromebooks and computers to help kids plug something in virtually or physically when they're home. And so it's only underscored the imperative of answering the question in the immediate term to continue to educate our kids through the end of this school year, and then address their needs with a summer slide that will be even more acute this year. And we're already working to figure out what that looks like in the summer. And then moreover, prepare for a future where it's more dynamic, more iterative, more frame of focus on not just, teaching to a test, not just the drill and kill model of the lecture, people then repeating and writing down what it is they're being told, but a framework that's dynamic around creative thinking, around the expression of creativity and self, and a broader consciousness of what education is really about. It's not just about teaching to the test. And I know that our teachers recognize that, and they want to unleash that in our education system as well. And I think we're now at a stage where those conversations that have been siloed are now being made public in a way that I think will allow us to process a very exciting and enlivening future of education that will leap forward in years, what otherwise would have taken decades had it not been for this crisis.
Final question, Candace Nguyen, NBC Bay Area.
Governor, we've talked to students who say they have gone weeks without learning since the shutdown. Some districts weren't prepared for distance learning, while others had a tough time keeping kids engaged. Is the state doing anything to provide more oversight, either now or in the future, if we get hit by a second wave in the fall?
Yeah, look, we have to do better. I think we've had three or four conversations like this at our press conferences with the superintendent of public education, with the president of the school board just a few days ago, that one that included my wife, to directly answer the question you just asked today. We didn't wait for the question. We tried to preempt it. Even a few weeks ago with the guidance we put out to all of these districts, guidance, by the way, that was shared with the National Governors Association as best practice for other states across our union. The guidance, however, is not equally distributed in terms of capacity to deliver on it in districts, smaller, rural, across the state. And we know that. And so the superintendent of public education, the president of the school board, and others working in partnership with labor and management have been doing everything they can to do more and do better, because we recognize those gaps persist, and we recognize how damaging each and every day that gap advances, how meaningful the gap is in terms of the cumulative impact on a young child's trajectory, a young child's life. That's why I specifically just referenced before your question, summer, and already starting to figure out what we can do. You always have this summer slide generally in terms of education. And obviously that's a tsunami this year of a slide backwards if people aren't even getting the basic curriculum and the basic kind of support they deserve at the moment. So look, the 108,000+ Wi-Fi hotspots, that's part of it. And all these new Chromebooks and other things we're doing, that's part of it. Making sure these guidelines are dynamic. We're doing webinars. Almost every week there's a webinar. We really dove deep into special education. Look, all of that is fine, but we need to do more. And I recognize in the spirit of your question, you talked about the fall, sort of marking a real sense of urgency to make sure we build that architecture through this summer, and we don't wait at peril. We'll be getting questions like this again in 4 or 5 months, and our kids don't deserve to have these questions asked without having the ability to have them answered. So I appreciate your query, and just know it's a point of deep passion for ours. And if you hadn't taken a look at what my wife and superintendent talked about a few days ago, go back. It's on our website. And learn a little bit more about what we are doing more substantively and specifically to address that question. So look, I want to just once again address this question. That's the elephant in the room. It's a question all of us are asking, and that's when. I'll let you, to the extent the state of California is ready to answer that, I'll let you know what the indicators say. And when the indicators go green, I'm going to go live. And I'm going to let you know in real time what our thinking is and what our directives and guidelines should be. But that is determined on one thing, and that is you. Each and every one of you continuing to take this moment seriously, not just sitting back and saying, well, you know what, I've had enough of this cabin fever. I'm moving on. It's a beautiful weekend. You know what, so be it if I get sick. I just remind you, your individual actions impact others. And not only do I want to keep you healthy and safe, I want to keep others you come into contact safe, particularly our seniors, particularly someone you may come in contact with at the grocery store that may look young and healthy, but may have just gone through a significant chemotherapy or some other issue that you may not see visibly with their immune system, where your decision can impact their lives. Just consider those interactions, consider those examples. Again, this is not a Republican virus or Democratic virus, not a rural virus or an urban virus. Folks in Kern County, folks in San Bernardino, folks in Tulare with what's happening in our skilled nursing facilities, this knows no geography. It's impacting every part of the state of California, not just large coastal cities, not just New York, not just California. And so I continue to just offer this. Please stay at home, stay healthy, stay safe, and stay connected to others that are in need and that need your emotional support. And to the extent, as always, you can contribute your time, your attention, check out that website, Californians medicalforall.ca.gov. Take care, everybody.
Now, I don't know what's happening in each and every state, each and every city. I don't pretend to understand the details of what they're all going through, but I do know a lot of states are rushing to reopen. I hope and pray they have very clear indicators that back up that decision. I hope and pray they're sharing them openly and transparently with the people of those states. Because if the facts don't merit that fast reopening, and if the facts are not out in the open, then there's a real danger that something else is being made a priority over what should matter most, which is saving human lives, protecting all of our health, making sure that we do this the right way so that when we reopen, we can do it once and for all and do it for good, not start to reopen and see a resurgence of the disease and then have to shut right back down again or even get more restrictive. So my fear is that there are people governed more by politics or image, or they're concerned about the economy than they're concerned about the health and welfare of their people. Now, we're trying to take not only a cautious, careful approach, but an approach that shows you exactly what is governing the decisions we're making. And these indicators speak volumes. They help you understand why we're doing what we're doing. They show you obviously some progress. They also give you a real clear caution about how much fight we still have to wage. And I think, look, my view is every one of you would rather have the blunt truth, would rather get the straight story of what it's going to take rather than be given a lot of platitudes and then find out they're false. So we are being real clear. And again, I'll talk about the progress, but I'm also going to talk about the underlying challenge. The challenge is, and I say this very sadly, that the coronavirus is alive and well and living in New York City. It's quite clear from the numbers, has not been beaten yet. So the facts just yesterday, 2,519 new cases identified in New York City yesterday. 320 deaths yesterday in New York City. These are really painful facts. These are all indicators of people's lives, families that are going through so much. In recent weeks, we hear numbers like this and we say, look, this is better than where we were a few weeks ago. That's something that shows we're moving in the right direction. That's true, but just think about what they mean, these facts, what they mean in and of themselves. And if it was any other time, it was 3 months ago or 3 years ago, and I said to you, we had 320 deaths and 2,500 new cases, we would have been all deeply, deeply troubled. So we cannot lose the forest for the trees here. Yes, there's been real important progress, and we can and will make more, but we're still very much in this fight. We cannot forget what we're up against and the power of this disease. But if we find our own power, if we act on our own power, I'm also convinced we will prevail. So let's talk about these indicators and what they mean, not only day by day, but what they tell us over the last few weeks that we've been tracking and publishing this information. So on the indicator number one, the daily number of people admitted to hospitals for suspected COVID-19 cases. Okay. This indicator is simple. It tells us how many more patients our hospitals need to care for related to COVID-19. And when we started this, showing you these particular indicators, it was right after the very, very worst moments. So you go back to March 31st, 850 new admissions per day for COVID, astounding number. By April 11th, when we started showing you these numbers, down to 383. So obviously huge improvement. And now in the last 10, 11 days, down to 227. So 227 admitted for suspected COVID cases. That's this morning's report. Much, much better, but it's still 227 new cases in one day. That means we are not there yet. I'm stating the obvious, but I want to just hammer home the point. We're not there yet, and we need to be sober about it, and we still have a substantial distance to cover. Now, indicator number 2, the daily number of people in ICUs across all of our public hospitals for suspected COVID-19. What does it tell us? Again, shows us how this fight is raging. And for the folks in those ICUs, they are literally fighting for their lives right now. And it's putting a huge strain, of course, on our hospital system. And so much of what we have done over the last 2 months has been to protect your lives by protecting your hospitals and your healthcare workers. We're in a better place again, but we still see way too many people in those ICUs. So again, we've seen over time some progress, but in this one, we've got to understand that this is a telling report because it shows this one has not moved as much, and that's cautionary. So the day we launched indicators, we were already at a really troubling point for our public hospitals. They were more than double their normal ICU capacity, and that looked like it was about to continue to go up in those first few weeks of April. April 11th, 835 patients in our ICUs in our public hospitals. April 14th, it went up to 887. Now it started to come down, but it's 796 in today's report. So again, 796 compared to 835, 10, 11, 12 days ago. That's not the movement we need. Progress, we see the capacity for progress, but we don't see the movement we need. So we have to keep working to get it right. Look, put it all in perspective. Think about all the people we've lost already. Think about how much the hospitals had to do just to hold on. All those ICU beds they added, all the personnel they brought in, all the doctors and nurses and healthcare workers, the extraordinary long hours they fought through. The fact that we had to bring in the military medical personnel. We had to hire people from all over the country as well to come in just to hold the line. And so we need to understand just keeping where we are now and making even slow and steady progress, that's still putting a huge strain on those hospitals and those healthcare workers. God forbid there was a resurgence. And this is another reason for caution. If there was a resurgence, think about the heroes, think about the people we're celebrating every day, every night. Think about when 7 p.m. when we applaud them. Think about what a resurgence would do to them and how much pressure, how much stress, how much strain it would put on them if this disease came back. If that were to happen once again, there'd be more and more people in the hospitals. We'd go back to having to create new hospitals, new beds. We don't ever want to go there again. Indicator number 3, percentage of people testing positive for COVID-19. So this obviously gives us some sense of how widespread this is in the city. And we've said from the very beginning, you know, I still say that the saddest part of this whole very painful reality is what could have been if on the first day that I called for testing for New York City from the federal government, January 24th, if on that day the federal government had acted for New York City, for New York State, for cities and states all over the country and gotten us the testing in the beginning of February, this entire scenario would have been different. We would have seen so much less pain. And so now we have still so many new positive cases, but we don't know even the beginning of it because we can't test anywhere near the level that we need to. What it does tell us is still, of course, there's a lot of new positive cases, 2,519 yesterday. The more testing we get, the more truth we will find. The more testing we get, the more we can fight back and contain this disease. All roads lead to testing. It's literally the more you have, the more you can trace each person's reality and get them the help they need, figure out who needs to be isolated. All those things become possible the more testing you have. So even with the limitations, we still have information that's valuable here. So when we launched indicators April 11th, 58% of those being tested were testing positive. For the citywide measure for the public health lab, it was 78%. Where we are now, much better, 32% citywide, 57% for the public health lab. But still a long way to go. That's definite improvement, but we needed to keep going down more. So what can we say? We're decelerating. You're seeing all these charts. They're making very clear. No, sometimes charts and graphs and those things don't tell you much. These are telling us something. Yes, we're decelerating. That's a very good thing. But we need to finish the job. We need to go farther, because if it were to level off, that's not acceptable. You know, we've heard this word plateau. Plateau is not a good word. Plateau is a dirty word where I come from. This is, in this case, plateau means too many people suffering on a consistent basis. And we can't have that. We need the deceleration to go down further so we can link it up, so we can hand off. We need to go through the efforts we're going through now, everything you're doing that's helping make you safe and healthy, everyone else safe and healthy. We have to hand off that effort to the testing and tracing we talked about yesterday, because all of what you're doing alone gets us a long way, but we have to be able to test and trace to finish the job. We've got to be able to suppress this disease and contain this disease. So, putting the pieces together. The indicators tell us a lot. We're going to keep showing them to you every day. We're going to keep analyzing them every day. They tell us a lot. They tell us there's progress, and they tell us there's still real work to be done. They tell us, don't give an inch here. Do not relax. Do not let this disease back in the door. They tell us about the power of social distancing and shelter in place. They tell us that it has been smart to postpone those big events, to only have essential workers out and keep non-essential businesses closed. They certainly tell us still, and it's sad, but we got to keep our schools closed for the rest of the school year. They tell us we have to be smart and careful. And then it makes abundantly clear that to get to the pathway to normal, we need the firepower of testing and tracing. That handoff must happen, and we have to have a large-scale testing effort to do it, much more than what we have available today in New York City. But we're going to keep fighting because we're finally getting more test kits. We're going to create our own in the coming days here in the city, and we're going to keep expanding every effort to get the test kits in, to get the lab capacity, because this is how we get to the next level. And I described to you yesterday a huge initiative in May, unlike anything we've seen in this city ever before. Thousands and thousands of people will be a part of it. Testing people, tracing their contacts, isolating everyone who needs isolating, supporting them. That is the way forward. It will take a huge effort, but that's how we actually beat this disease. And that's when we actually get to relax these restraints and start back to normal. So I want to just take that from where I started to this point. We all want to get back to normal. We all want to breathe free. We all have to fight together to get to that point. It's a very painful struggle, but a noble struggle. We can do it. And I hope you see the progress in the numbers and this idea of the handoff to the strategies of suppression and containment, handoff to the testing and tracing